Hey guys. This is part 8 of What If Naruto was Madara's grandson. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 44: The Real Hunter. Previously. They will not be coming. Everyone flinched at the new voice. All Akatsuki members shifted their attention from Zetsu and towards the newcomer who was standing in the place of Kakuzu. The new holographic image had long blonde, waist-length, spiky hair with fangs that framed his face and partially covered his right eye. He also had 3 distinctive whiskers marks on each cheek. On his back he had a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomos on each side. It had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. Let's talk, Naruto said, smirking with his Sharingan glowing and looking at the shocked faces of every Akatsuki member. Now. Naruto was standing in front of his supposed hunters. Everyone looked shocked at the presence of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, although the stoic Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but manage a small smile. They were all holograms with the exception of Tobi and some plant-like creature. Welcome, Naruto-kun, Itachi said quietly, chuckling. So quiet that if it weren't from the petrified faces of everyone, no one would have heard it. I've gotta say, Naruto started carefully looking at every single member of the Akatsuki, keeping in mind to remember every detail he could. He looked around and saw that every single person adorned the traditional Akatsuki cloak, black cloak with red clouds. Beginning at this right, he spotted someone who was arched down. Naruto couldn't see much of him as he had his face covered with a face mask, similar to Kakashi in fact. Behind his body he had a tail menacingly waving. It was a long mechanical, scorpion-like tail. Next to him was a blond man. He had slanted blue eyes and very long blonde hair which he wore drawn into a half ponytail with the rest hanging down freely. The bang hanging over his left eye. He also had mouths in each of the palms of his hands that seemed to freak Naruto. Naruto quickly realized who this was from his appearance. He was Deidara the Bomber, S-rank Nuke from IWA. Standing next to Deidara was a person Naruto knew all too well. Said person was Tobi, whose only visible Sharingan eye was narrowing at Naruto. Naruto could feel his hatred for the blonde, and Tobi was watching him very carefully. Tobi only shivered as he looked at the smirking face of Naruto. Everything about him screamed Uchiha Madara. His posture, his appearance, and the way he fought. If it weren't for their different personalities, they could pass for twins. Naruto continued looking around, and near Tobi was something. He had 2 large Venus flytrap-like extensions that envelop his head and upper body, giving him a plant-like appearance. Said extensions were slightly opened at the top, revealing what seemed to be a head of a person. Although this head was half black and half white, split perfectly in the middle. He had short green hair and yellow eyes. Naruto repressed a shiver after seeing the weird things Akatsuki had, but continued. Naruto looked towards the remaining members standing in front of him. There were 2 members that he already fought and knew well. Hashigaki Kisame, Nuke of the Mist Village, wielder of the Samahada, and Uchiha Itachi, Nuke from the Leaf Village and master of the Sharingan bloodline. Nothing new there, so Naruto turned his attention to the last 2 members. He was surprised to see a female in such group, but observed her as well. This woman had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eyeshadow, and elaborate piercing. Although everyone seemed shocked to see Naruto appearing in the middle of the cave, she had a neutral face. Naruto shifted his attention to the last member of the group. The last member stood in the middle of the cave. He had spiky orange hair and bore 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of its upper nose, and 1 spike stud on each end of the bottom lip. He also wore a metal headband with the scratch symbol of aim. The thing that caught Naruto's attention was his eyes, silver eyes with several concentric rings around his pupil. The Rinnegan, Naruto thought to himself, narrowing his eyes at what he inferred to be the leader of the group. This is bad, Naruto. Kurama called the attention to his partner. Naruto made a mental acknowledgement. Look carefully to where you are standing, Kurama said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow but looked down all the same. He and everyone else of the Akatsuki were standing on top of big fingers. Naruto carefully observed where these fingers were connected and saw that it were hands. Naruto jumped down from the finger and stood in the middle of the cave, facing every member and getting a good look at this statue. It was some kind of earthen-colored humanoid entity with most of its body looking decayed. It had 9 eyes, although the eyes were all closed for some reason. Its back also has a number of spike-like protrusions. The statue hands were also chained together. "Is this, the Geto Mazo?" Naruto asked, shocked that this statue was summoned. But Naruto wasn't wrong. He could feel the statue, something that only someone with the Rinnegan could do. This is bad, very bad. Naruto thought, pondering what to do with the things he learned. "What do you plan to do?" Kurama asked, also concerned. There was only one reason to summon the Geto Mazo from its resting place in the moon. And that reason was to awaken the 10 tails. "Let's take things slow. I planned on getting as much information as I could, but I never expected a Rinnegan user and the Geto Mazo. Let's see how things work out," Naruto thought before gathering his thoughts. He couldn't look surprised or worried about the events. He had to be seen as someone strong and undisturbed by the revelations. "This is a nice setup," Naruto said out loud, breaking the stupor of every member. "The rings allows anyone to shift the consciousness onto the destination and even give these illusions the ability to channel chakra to some degree," Naruto said, looking intently at Pain's eyes. Sharingan boring into the Rinnegan. "Where are Kakuzu and Haiden?" Pain asked, narrowing his eyes at his prey. "I don't know where Kakuzu went, but I believe I saw a few ashes of Haiden flying around," Naruto said, chuckling while Pain's anger exploded. "You will pay for that, Kyubi," Pain stated, but Naruto didn't seem much affected by it. "You've got some balls, brat," Kisame said, chuckling. "Why, thank you, but I don't swing that way," Naruto said, smiling, making Kisame scowl. "So I take it you are the leader of the Akatsuki, having the Rinnegan and all," Naruto said, making Tobi narrow his eyes at him. "Very well, I shall indulge you. I'm the leader of the Akatsuki, I'm Pain," Pain stated. "So you're a masochist?" Naruto asked as Pain's eyes twitched and Kisame bursted out laughing. Leave it to Naruto to make fun of S-rank shinobi after him. "I wonder what Konan-chan would say," Naruto innocently asked, turning to the purple woman who flinched at the name. So I was right, Naruto thought to himself when he saw Konan flinch. He almost missed it, but his Sharingan caught it. "How did you know?" Kurama asked, curious about his conclusion. "The Rinnegan doesn't simply drop from the sky. You remember Ero-sennin told me about the Rinnegan and the AIM orphans. There aren't many people who fit the description of Yahiko and Konan, and for 2 of them to be in the same room, and with one of them having the Rinnegan, I took a shot," Naruto explained, and Kurama chuckled. The brat was clever. "So I was right about you being Konan," Naruto said as Konan narrowed her eyes at him. "Jiraiya said that you died along with your friends," Naruto said. "Jiraiya-sensei knows nothing," Konan neutrally replied, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "And you," Naruto said, turning to Pain. "You are disgusting. To think you would drop so low to use your own friends as paths, Nagato," Naruto said, and Nagato's eyes widened. "This is bad," Tobi thought to himself. Nagato should have dropped the meeting the moment the Kyuubi brat appeared, as to keep secret everyone's identities, but now was too late. "Behind that goofy attitude of yours lies a very bright mind. You are much smarter than you let on," Pain stated, getting a smirk in return. "Deception is the way of ninja after all, although you seem to have the wrong thoughts," Naruto started. "You think that this is a story where the bad guys are all powerful and know everything while the hero knows nothing and struggles to victory," Naruto said, laughing. "No," Naruto said in just above a whisper. "In this story, I'm the villain," Naruto said, laughing as his Sharingan glowed a menacing red. "Your plan will never work. From the moment you left me alone to train, you cemented your defeat," Naruto said, smirking and releasing killing intent. "No one can stand to the power of a god," Pain stoically said. "Was I like this, going on about being God Almighty?" Naruto thought to himself as Kurama only nodded. "Even gods die, Nagato," Naruto said. "Although I'm curious about what your plans. Why do you want the Bija for?" Naruto asked, playing the ignorant role. With the power of the Bijou, I'll create a weapon that would destroy every nation. With it, no one would ever dare to attack one another. With this weapon, under my rule, there will be peace. A never-ending peace with no bloodshed, no wars, and no hate. Pain said, and Naruto was surprised to see that he wanted peace. Peace through fear is nothing more than an illusion, Naruto seriously said, his goofy attitude gone. After all, the Rikudo did ask for any descendant to try and achieve peace, and Naruto would do his best. Through fear and pain this peace will last, Pain said with confidence. No, it won't. You will cage people and eventually their animal side will come out, Naruto explained. It doesn't matter in the end, as you will never be able to finish this weapon, Naruto said. Once you experience true pain, you will understand why this world is doomed without a god to watch over it, Pain said, and Naruto turned him off. You will understand it, so dash, Naruto was saying, but quickly shut up and turned to the plant-like thing on the room. This chakra, that thing has 2 completely separate chakra signatures, Naruto said, focusing his Sharingan at Zetsu. Tobi watched silently as Naruto observed Zetsu. Tobi could see Naruto's eyes glowing and he concentrated on the plant-like creature. Your chakra feels familiar, Naruto said towards Zetsu, who remained silent. Both of them, Naruto said, and Zetsu was surprised. Who are you? Naruto asked. I'm the white Zetsu and I'm the black Zetsu, Zetsu replied, and Tobi turned surprised towards his pet. Why did you answer him? Tobi curiously asked. I find myself in a pickle, the white Zetsu started. Madara-sama created me and, as such, I'm obligated to answer to him and his blood. On the other hand, he told me to obey you, so, can you understand my situation? The white Zetsu asked, completely unaware of the different reactions he got. Conan was right, he isn't Madara, Pain thought to himself, narrowing his eyes at Tobi. Interesting, Naruto said as Tobi narrowed his eyes towards Naruto. I know now why you feel so familiar. Your black half, your chakra is very similar to mine. If I had to guess, I would say that you are some clone of Uchiha Madara himself, Naruto stated, and Tobi had his eyes widened. Censors were a real pain in the ass. Yes, I dash. Zetsu was replying but didn't get to finish as Tobi used his Kamei and warped him away into his dimension. I look forward to talking to him again, Naruto replied, and Tobi was furious. Zetsu was supposed to be his most loyal pet, and now he found out that Zetsu was primarily allied to Madara. It looked like that Madara and any descendants' orders took priority over Tobi's. Another thorn on my end, I might have to call him back sooner than I thought, Tobi thought to himself. Is it not strange? Naruto asked, but Tobi got confused. How easily loyalties can change, Naruto said, chuckling. Tobi, where are you hiding Sasuke? Naruto asked, and Itachi's head snapped towards Tobi that he almost broke his neck. Itachi still thought that Sasuke was behind bars at Konoha. It appears that the Hokage kept things hidden better than he thought. Eyes like his are rare, but what is it you expect to achieve here? Tobi asked. Nothing much, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Just to show you that no matter how much you try, how harder you try, you will fail, Naruto said, smirking. Big words for a 17 brat, Tobi asked. You forget that I just decimated 2 of your members. Besides, I'm not alone, Naruto said. Ah yes, Hyuga Hinata, Tobi said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at his tone. It would be a shame if something were to happen to her, Tobi playfully said. Don't let him get under your skin, Kurama said, and Naruto nodded, knowing it was very true. You won't do anything to her, Naruto simply said, and Tobi raised an eyebrow. And I know this because you are a coward, Tobi. You would never dare to face me, and you know it very well. You hide behind that mask of yours, telling the world you're my grandfather Uchiha Madara when you clearly don't have the power to back it up, Naruto said, and everyone member turned to Tobi. You are just some Uchiha with a manjikyu and delusions of grandeur. Take those eyes away, and what are you? Naruto rhetorically asked. Some loser who couldn't handle it back in the leaf and wants to prove the world he's something, Naruto stated to the fuming Tobi. you had to resort to controlling the Kyuubi to attack Konoha, and even then, my father managed to seal the Kyuubi and defeat you. Not even with the power of the strongest of the tailed beasts did you manage to defeat my father, Naruto said, and he could feel Tobi's anger and chakra just coming out of every pore. What happened? Naruto rhetorically asked. Did you want to be Hokage but my father beat you to it? Was that it? Naruto asked, and Tobi was already thinking of swirling away towards Konoha and start a massacre. Or you couldn't get it up in the bedroom and needed a boost of morale? Naruto asked, and Kisame bit back a laugh as he thought it wouldn't be good to him if he laughed at his true leader. I will find who you are eventually, and when that day comes, you will end at the tip of my blade, Naruto said as his Sharingan swirled into his Manjikyu. You don't know who you are messing with, Naruto, Tobi stated, saying his name with as much venom as he could. I'm going to enjoy making Hinata my personal slave when I'm done with you, Tobi said, chuckling evilly. Let me at him. I'll slaughter him for insulting your mate, Kurama yelled from inside Naruto. What did you say about not letting him get into our skin? Relax, Naruto said as his whiskers returned to normal from the sudden chakra surge. Who said I'll be waiting for you? Naruto quickly replied with a smile, throwing Tobi off for a moment. Anyone else would just wait and train until the moment this group chose to come after them, but you're wrong, Naruto said, looking Tobi dead in the eyes. In this story, I'm the hunter and you are simply my prey, Naruto said with a twisted smile that sent shivers to everyone. And like any good hunter, I enjoy a good chase. I'm going to hunt the Akatsuki down, one by one, and when I'm finished with everyone else, I'll be coming for you, Tobi, Naruto said, smirking. You shouldn't underestimate us, Nagato said. The rest of the group was rather quiet, and could only watch as their target threatened them with death. You may call it arrogance, but I'm not underestimating any one of you, Naruto said before he started pointing and going through each member of the group. Sasori of the Red Sands destroy his puppets and he becomes nothing more than a jounin. Deidara from IWA, low S-class nuke Nin, known for using clay explosives as long-range attacks. My Kamui makes him useless against someone like me, Naruto started as he turned to the remaining members. Kisame the Tailless Bijou, take away your Samahata and your power decreases exponentially, Naruto said, and Kisame scoffed. Uchiha Itachi, prodigy of the Uchiha clan, very skilled in genjutsu and fire ninjutsu. However, almost blind from overusing the Manjikyu, Naruto said, but Itachi remained silent. From Zetsu I got the feeling that he wasn't really the fighting type, Naruto said and continued on. Tobi, take your Kamui away and you're pathetic, Naruto said. Konan. According to Jiraiya, you have some control over paper and origami techniques. Simple paper will melt before my fire techniques, Naruto said, but Konan remained silent. And finally Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan. You are a coward just like Tobi. While he hides behind his mask, you choose to hide behind your paths. Too scared to come into the battlefield yourself? Naruto asked, but Nagato remained silent. You see when I say that I'm not overconfident or arrogant. I know everything about you while you know nothing about my true power or abilities, Naruto said and turned to Tobi. I know you saw what I did back in Kiri. I could feel your presence the moment I entered the village. I could feel you watching me from the Mizukage Tower. If you think that was all I could do, you are sorely mistaken. That wasn't even half of my true power, Naruto said, but Tobi remained silent. I'm stronger than Hashirama and even Madara were back in their primes, Naruto explained. Why don't I give you a preview? Naruto rhetorically asked, smirking while everyone tensed. If you are coming after me, you should know the difference, Naruto said as his chakra flared and he was surrounded by a small silver layer of chakra. Even inside the small cave a small breeze flew by. Small rocks started levitating around Naruto as his hair also started to levitate ever so slightly. 1. What's this pressure? Tobi wondered as he felt Naruto's chakra starting to increase. No, now, the gap between us. Naruto's chakra suddenly spiked and a small shockwave was felt. The ground cracked and shook as Naruto released more chakra to the point that the air was rustling fiercely. His body was covered in a powerful and bright silver aura. so bright that the Akatsuki couldn't see much but for his eyes, who seemed to glow a dark red. The ground started shaking and the cave started crumbling. His chakra flared even more and chunks of the cave started falling down, exposing what was once a beautiful and sunny day. Suddenly the weather started becoming darker as massive clouds started forming in the sky. The Akatsuki members watched with wonder the amount of chakra being released. Even Kisame, who had the biggest pool of chakra in the Akatsuki, never felt so much chakra being released. Kisame suddenly felt like a small drop of water in a large ocean. Konoha. Hinata was patching up a genin who sprained his ankle while training with his team. "Just keep your weight off this foot for a couple days and you will fine," Hinata replied, and genin thanked her. Hinata was filling the report when she felt an ominous presence wash over her. "This chakra," Hinata muttered to herself. "It's Naruto-kun's chakra, but it isn't coming from the academy," Hinata said to herself, and was about to drop her coat when an Anbu suddenly appeared. "Hinata-san, Hokage-sama has summoned the dragons," the Anbu said, and Hinata instantly shined to the Hokage's office, ready to deploy. Back with Akatsuki. Naruto took one step forward and the ground cracked. The sky sparkled with thunders upon thunders that lit up the darkened cave. The whole cave started shaking even more and forced every Akatsuki member to drop from the statue. "Argh," the statue screamed as it brought his hands to his head. The Gedo Mazo suddenly got up into his feet and howled into the sky. "This is bad, very bad," Nagato thought to himself, wondering what kind of monster had they awakened. "This is not possible. The Gedo Mazo is reacting to his chakra," Tobi thought, worried. If the statue should ever slip from their grasp, it would be over before it even began. Naruto flared his chakra even more. Trees and chunks of rock were blasted away from the ground due to the wind. Naruto's eyes glowed a menacing red as he looked towards the sky. The clouds suddenly shifted ever so slightly, revealing a small glimpse of the moon. "Argh," the statue screamed, and nature itself seemed to be scared. Everything started withering away, and even the moon started gaining a small red hue with black markings. "Enough, Nagato, shut him down!" Tobi yelled for Nagato to sever the connection of the rings. If things continued on, the Gedo Mazo could sync with Naruto, which would put a wrench in their plans even further. Nagato did just that, and closed Kakuzu's ring. Naruto's illusion suddenly disappeared, but it didn't go alone. The sudden end caused a chakra backslash. A massive shockwave destroyed everything. The trees were uprooted, huge chunks of rock were blasted black, and even the Gedo Mazo was sent tumbling through the ground. "What am I going to do with him?" Tobi muttered to himself as he warped away, and every one of the Akatsuki was gone from the meeting, knowing full well that they were nothing more than prey, with a hunter on their trail. Back in Taki, Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was back on the battlefield back in Taki. Naruto sighed to everything he learned. He raised his right hand into the air and watched as Kakuzu's ring slowly started disintegrating into dust until there was nothing left. "What do you plan to do now?" Kurama asked. They learned very useful things about the Akatsuki. They knew their plan, their members, their strengths, and even weakness. "We have to tread carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong move. How long do you think it would take to seal a bijou inside the statue?" Naruto asked. "Hard to say, it would depend on Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan," Kurama replied. "Though I have a question. How do you know that pain is a path and not simply Yahiko using Nagato's eyes?" Kurama asked, wondering if Naruto made a good call. "He had piercings of the chakra metal that can only be created with the Rinnegan," Naruto replied, and Kurama nodded in understanding. "He can use the outer path if he's using dead bodies," Naruto stated, and Kurama nodded. "He might be using bodies for every other path. And it doesn't matter how many paths we destroy unless we find the real 1-inch. Naruto mused in thought, considering what to do about the leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto was surprised when he turned around only to on the receiving end of a slap. "Urg," Naruto groaned as he fell into the ground. "What were you thinking?" Hinata asked, yelling at her boyfriend. "Sorry," Naruto could only reply. "Kakashi was next to you, why didn't you bring him with you?" Hinata asked, fuming as her careless boyfriend. You took on 2 Akatsuki members alone and without backup. What if you were injured and unable to escape? Hinata said with her eyes watering. I'm sorry if worried you, Naruto said, getting up and hugging Hinata. It happened so fast that I didn't think about taking Kakashi with me, Naruto quickly replied. Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time. But next time you'll be sleeping on the couch. Do you hear me, mister? Hinata warned. Yes, dear, Naruto replied with his head down. Cough, whipped cough, Minato said, making Naruto narrow his eyes at him. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he looked towards the dragons, with the exception of Tobirama, who was still in Kiri. After you left, Kakashi-kun went to explain what happened to Tsunade and she sent us as backup. I teleported everyone to your mark, Minato replied, and Naruto nodded. I could feel your chakra all the way in Konoha, Hinata said, but Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. I was just giving a preview of my power to Tobi and the Akatsuki's leader, Naruto replied, and everyone was shocked. You met him? Mito asked, and Naruto nodded. You won't believe this, but he's Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan that Jiraiya trained and thought was dead, Naruto replied, and everyone was shocked. A wielder of a Rinnegan was behind the most powerful organization around. This could spell trouble. I'll tell you everything later on. Right now I need to check up on Fu and Shibuki, Naruto explained, and the dragons got ready to leave as they weren't needed after all. Who did you fight? Hashirama asked, curious. The battlefield was a mess with craters everywhere. Haiden the Immortal and Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts, Naruto explained as Hashirama had his eyes widened. So Kakuzu was still alive and kicking? Hashirama asked, and Naruto nodded. You better make it up for worrying me, Hinata huffed, and Naruto chuckled. I will, Naruto replied, pecking her cheek as everyone disappeared in a flash, leaving Naruto alone in the battlefield. Takaki's tower. So that's it, Fu asked Shibuki, who held his head down in shame. The moment I become more trouble than I'm worth, they just get rid of me? Fu asked, saddened by the fact that today would be her last day on the village. I'm sorry, Fu-chan. You know that I love you like a daughter, but there is nothing I can do to overrule our council. I don't have the same power as the other Kages do with their villages, Shibuki reasoned, but Fu huffed. Knock knock. Come in, Shibuki said, and then entered Naruto, who had returned from his meeting with the Akatsuki. The moment Naruto came inside, he felt the tension floating around. Am I interrupting? Naruto slowly asked. Fu looked pissed, and Naruto didn't want to deal with another pissed-off female, especially if she was a Jinchuriki. Not at all, Shibuki replied, motioning Naruto to come in. Let me thank you again for saving Fu and our village, Shibuki said with a small bow. Not at all. I would do anything for my sister, Naruto replied, looking at Fu, who had her eyes widened. As sister? Fu softly asked. Of course. I think of the Jinchurikis as my brothers and sisters. Very few people tolerate our kind, and even fewer actually like us, Naruto explained, rubbing the back of his head. Uff. Naruto groaned as Fu tackled him with a hug. Thank you, Fu whispered, hugging Naruto tightly. For everything, Fu said, letting go and wiping her moist eyes. I will always be there for you, Naruto said with a smile. Funei-chan, Naruto jokingly said, making Fu playfully hit him in the arm. Actually, I have another favor I wanted to ask you, Naruto-sama, Shibuki replied, making Naruto look at him funny. I know that you don't like honorifics, but you deserve it. Even Kages like me show respect to some, Shibuki said, and Naruto shook his head, chuckling. What do you need? Naruto asked, making Fu tense. The council has banished Fu from the village, Shibuki replied, and quickly squirmed in his chair. What? Naruto screamed in outrage, flaring his chakra. The Umbu would have tried to jump in, but they were frozen in place. I can't do anything, Shibuki quickly replied. In the midst of the battle, they assumed I died battling that immortal fellow, Shibuki replied, and Fu flinched at the mention of his death. Very few people in this village like Fu. In fact, if it wasn't for me, she would have been long gone by now, Shibuki sadly said. In my absence, the council banished Fu from the village, Shibuki said, making Naruto fume. They don't think having a Jinchuriki is worth it, not with them being hunted down, Shibuki said. So you are just throwing her at the wolves? Naruto angrily asked. You have to understand the council's point of view. They only care for the village's best interest, Shibuki started explaining. We don't have the military force of one of the great nations. A single member of the Akatsuki killed almost 10% of our military force. We don't have the resources to fight the group should they ever send anyone else, Shibuki explained. Even so, she's one of you, Naruto replied. That is why I ask you for this favor, Shibuki said, looking at Fu. She won't stand a chance against this group. And now alone and without the support of a village, Shibuki said, looking Naruto dead in the eyes. I want Konoha to take Fu in and make her a leaf shinobi, Shibuki said, and Fu's eyes widened. You are a crafty old man, I give you that, Naruto replied, chuckling. I try my best, thank you, Shibuki playfully replied. Hello, Fu said, waving her hands. Can someone fill me in? You keep talking as if I'm not even here, Fu replied. Since you were banished, Taki has given up ownership of Chome. As such, you are able to join any village you wish without any repercussion, either be it economical or military, Naruto explained, and Fu was shocked. To put it simply, you can do what you want, Naruto explained. Maybe this won't be so bad. At least I won't have to deal with these ignorant, Fu thought happily for the first time today. This is where I come in, Naruto said, breaking Fu from her thoughts. If you wish, you can join Konoha and become a leaf shinobi, Naruto explained. Are you sure? Fu asked, a little bit worried. Won't they hate me? And what about the Akatsuki? Fu quickly asked, but Naruto waved her off. For starters, they won't hate you. I already took care of that. Besides, no one will know your burden, Naruto said, and Fu happily nodded. Your concern about the Akatsuki is unnecessary. Konoha already has 2 Jinchurikis, me and Gaara. They will make their move on us eventually. And finally, you have friends there. You have me, Hinata-chan, Gaara, and I believe you remember Shino, Naruto said, taping his chin, and Fu quickly nodded. So, will you come with me? Naruto asked. Just like that. Don't you have to ask your Hokage? Fu asked, concerned about the politics. One thing at the time. I'll take you to live with me at the Senju compound, Naruto asked, and Fu nodded. Unless, of course, you prefer the Aburame compound? Naruto teased. Idiot, Fu said, smacking his head and quickly turning away to hide her blush. It's settled, Shibuki said, rising from his chair. I know you will be happy in Konoha, and I'm sorry for this, Shibuki said, kissing her forehead. Promise to keep in touch, all right? Shibuki asked, and Fu nodded. Goodbye, Fu asked as Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, and both of them disappeared in a swirl. Hokage's office. Hey Ba-chan, Naruto said as he suddenly appeared in the middle of her office. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork to see Naruto waving and some green-haired girl next to him. ORHHH. Shit, Naruto thought as his partial Susanoo flared into existence. Fu quickly hid behind Naruto as the Hokage charged her fist. Crack. Naruto's partial Susanoo cracked as Tsunade's fist smashed into it. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Naruto yelled. What were you thinking fighting 2 Akatsuki members alone? Tsunade said, angry. Naruto groaned as he already had this talk before. At least Hinata didn't empower her slap with chakra. Hinata already said that me. I'm sorry about going alone, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded, sitting back down. Oh, welcome to Konoha. Who are you again? Tsunade sweetly asked towards Fu, whose eyes were bulging out. Crazy old woman, Naruto thought to himself, dropping his shield. I'm Fu, Fu slowly said, not wanting to be on the receiving end of that punch. She's the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai, Naruto explained, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Taki decided to banish her as they didn't want to be on the Akatsuki's radar. I offered her the choice of coming to live here in Konoha, Naruto said. You can't just offer things like that without consulting me first, Tsunade said, sighing, and Fu became nervous. You aren't Hokage yet, Tsunade said, chuckling. This is a sensitive matter, so I'll take this up with the council, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. I'll drop her off at the Senju compound while you summon the council, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded, summoning an ANBU. Council room, 1 hour later. What are we waiting for? Hayashi asked as he was tired of sitting down waiting for something to happen. This is a sensitive matter, for we must wait for the whole council to be gathered. Naruto-chan should be arriving soon, Tsunade said, and speak of the devil, Naruto swirled into existence. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said as he sat down at the Senju clan chair. Now that we are all here, the meeting may begin, Tsunade said as everyone focused on her. We are here today to decide if we should allow Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, to become a Konoha shinobi, Tsunade said, and got many reactions. Some were indifferent, others suspicious, and some shocked. I believe that the Nanabi belongs to Takigakure, Shikaka said with his eyes wide open. As of today, that is no longer true, Tsunade said, and Shikaka raised an eyebrow. Taki has decided to banish Fu from their village due to the Akatsuki hunting them down, Tsunade explained and motioned Naruto to explain. 2 members of the Akatsuki tried to capture Fu today, Haiden the Immortal and Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts. Since Fu had my Hiroshin kunai, she called for my help and I was able to kill them both, Naruto said, and Shikaku's jaw dropped. You took on 2 S-rank shinobi in one? Shikaku asked in disbelief. Naruto simply nodded. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered beneath his breath. The council decided that having a Jinchuriki was more trouble than worth and simply discarded her, Tsunade stated. By being banished, Taki has forfeited the ownership of the Nanabi, leaving her free, so to speak, Hamura said, and Naruto gritted his teeth. He never liked when they talked as if they owned the Bijus like pets. Is she trustworthy? Koharu asked, suspicious of said girl. She suffered the same treatment as any other Jinchuriki. She was never liked in her village. I believe this is a place where she can create roots, Naruto explained, getting a few nods in return. All in favor in Fu joining our ranks? Tsunade asked, and the response was unanimous. Then this settles it. Fu is now a proud jounin of Konoha, Tsunade said, and Naruto smiled. Naruto was about to swirl away when all of the council heard a chuckle. Danzo was chuckling. The heaven must be falling for that bastard to laugh. I've got to say, Danzo started opening his single visible eye. I may not agree with your methods or ideals, but I cannot refute your results, Naruto, Danzo said, looking straight towards Naruto. What's that supposed to mean, Danzo? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at the old bandaged man. Exactly that. Since you showed yourself to the world, you brought Konoha to new heights that it never had been since the founding of Konoha. Danzo started gathering the attention of the whole council. You placed the sand in their place when you alone killed 1/5 of their army, including their Kazekage. The result was a completely loyal Ichibi Jinchuriki, Danzo said. You know very well that I only meant to protect Konoha, Naruto coldly said. Be that as it may, I cannot argue with the results, Danzo said, chuckling once again. Then came the mist where you alone slaughtered almost 2,000 shinobi and defeated Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki. That allowed us a complete alliance with Kiri, to the point that even if this alliance was to end, they would never think of striking Konoha, not with you still around, Danzo explained, and Naruto gritted his teeth. You make it sound as if they are our allies out of fear, Naruto replied. He didn't like where this conversation was going. Fear is the ultimate weapon, Danzo said a bit louder. Something you use very well, to the point you do it almost unconsciously. I felt your chakra all the way from Taki. I know just how strong you really are, Naruto, Danzo stated, but Naruto remained silent. And finally, you took on 2 S-ranked shinobi and defeated them on your own. You gave a crippling strike to the Akatsuki, but above all, this has gained us something more. As yet again, you got us another loyal and trained Jinchuriki, Danzo said. You make it so that I'm conquering the world piece by piece? Naruto asked in disbelief. You may not want to believe it, but when the Akatsuki is gone, his word will be absolute, Danzo said, smirking. I don't want to rule the world, all I want is peace, Naruto replied. Get raised eyebrows from everyone. Peace? Danzo said in disbelief. What foolish ideals you have. There can be no peace. Not in this shinobi world unless there is someone to rule them all, Danzo calmly said. Are you trying to persuade me to conquer the world? Naruto asked, shaking his head in disbelief. And why not? Danzo rhetorically asked. You certainly have the power and mind to do it. With the power the tailed beasts behind you and in your control, the world could be ours and I dash. Danzo was saying but was interrupted. Ours? Naruto asked, and Danzo quieted down instantly. That is what this is all about, isn't it? Naruto rhetorically asked. You don't want peace, you want a throne, Naruto said, and Danzo returned back to his stoic self. To think the teachings of Hashirama and Tobirama were wasted on someone like you, Naruto said with a sneer. You are mistaken. I don't wish for the world, Danzo quickly replied. I only wish for the longevity of Konoha, nothing more, nothing less, Danzo explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. That sure wasn't what Naruto got from that. You follow the same foolish ideals of the third, Danzo started. Behind no Ishi, will of fire, is nothing more than petty words. The only thing that matters in this world is power. That gives someone meaning, purpose, and the means to achieve what they want, Danzo said. Which is a throne in your case, right? Naruto asked, and Danzo remained silent. My ancestor wanted peace. Not peace through strength or fear, but through love and understanding. Something that you will never understand. This meeting is over, Naruto said and swirled away. Danzo got up and hit his cane on the ground, disappearing in a poof of smoke. Did Naruto-san really do all those things? Choza asked, curious. Shikako was looking at the ceiling after the whole conversation. Something about both of them was a bit off. Naruto was very focused on achieving this peace while Danzo wanted Naruto on his side, for some reason. Yes, he did. This meetings is adjourned, Tsunade said and watched everyone leave. Damn it, Naruto, you are making too many enemies, Tsunade thought to herself, biting her lip. Senju compound, later that day. And here we are, Naruto said, opening the wooden door and showing full her room. The room itself was simple and pretty much empty. It had a bed, closet, a table, and a nightstand with a few drawers. You are next to Temari, Naruto said. It's great, Naruto-kun, Fu said, hugging him. Thank you for everything you did for me, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. There is a problem though, Naruto said with a glint in his eyes. What is it? Fu asked, confused. I don't think that this bed is big enough for you and Shino, Naruto said with a straight face. Get out, Fu yelled and pushed Naruto out of her bedroom, slamming the door shut. Naruto chuckled and made his way towards his room. Squeak. Naruto was broken from his thoughts when he heard a small squeak. He turned around and blinked again. In front of him was Shikamaru, all naked with the exception of his boxers. He was carrying his clothes and sandals, but the thing that caught Naruto's attention was a small black belt on his neck, a leash. You saw nothing, Shikamaru said, glaring at Naruto. Kinky, Naruto said with an amused smile as he watched Shikamaru shun Shin away from his compound. Naruto-kun. Naruto heard Hinata's voice and turned around only for his jaw to drop. Hinata was standing by their bedroom door with only a white medical garb. The garb ended just below her waist, showing off her long and firm legs. The garb was slightly opened in her chest area, revealing her cleavage. You coming? Hinata asked in her best bedroom voice. She bit her finger as she repressed a blush. They had never engaged in role-playing before. Oh, I'm coming. Chapter 45 Beginnings. Odogekure. Somewhere deep in Odogekure, in a cave almost pitch black, stood a single figure, stoically looking towards his enemies. The cave looked more like a fighting arena than anything else. Huge stone walls surrounded the battlegrounds. A single man stood in front of hundreds of enemies. He had but only one purpose: to kill them all. The figure calmly observed his enemies as they tensed for battle. The figure calmly removed his blade from its sheath. Even in the dark cave, the sword glistened. It was a simple chikuto, a straight one-inch blade with a black hilt. The sword glistened once again as the figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the shoulder of one of his enemies. The figure swinged his blade effortlessly and watched as the enemy's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted from the wound, but the figure had already vanished. The blade sparkled with electricity as it electrocuted multiple enemies. The figure ventured deep inside the arena where the only thing visible were the sparks of the sword. Squelch. Thumb. With a single stroke of his blade, enemies fell by the groups. The figure had yet to receive a single drop of blood in his clothes. An enemy managed to hit the figure with a fierce punch. The figure poofed in smoke to reveal that it was a clone. The enemy didn't even have time to understand what happened until he was pierced in the chest by the figure. Magnificent, a dark voice whispered in a corner. The said figure had golden eyes with a black vertical slit. He was a tall man with extremely pale skin, waist-length black hair and purple markings around his eyes. And they say hard work can outgrow a genius, Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly. Genetics is what determines the skill of a shinobi, Orochimaru licking his lips. Orochimaru was watching another figure train. This figure had a white long-sleeved shirt which was open at the torso. He wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow, in which he carried his sword. Katan, Gakaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, the figure said as he released a massive fireball towards his enemies, melting 3 of them. The figure ducked beneath a punch and disappeared in a show of speed. He reappeared a few meters away only to watch his enemy's body being split in half. The figure continued his onslaught upon his enemies. They stood no chance against this figure who had superior speed, strength, and sight. The figure disappeared and another group of enemies fell to the ground. He flicked his sword and let the blood fall to the ground. The figure turned backwards to gaze at Orochimaru. His black locks of hair flowed freely in the wind. Blood-red eyes with 3 black tomos gazed impassively towards Orochimaru, who couldn't help but smirk. 1,000 enemies stood before him, and he didn't even flinch, Orochimaru thought to himself. You have done well, Orochimaru said, walking into the arena and placing his hand on his shoulder. Young Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, chuckling. I live to serve you, Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke replied as he bowed his head. Both of them turned around as they saw the Edo Tensei form of Kabuto walking towards them. Of you go, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke said, bowing deeply and calmly, walking out of the room. Kabuto watched as Sasuke left the arena and walked away before turning to his master. He has matured well, Kabuto stated, and Orochimaru could only nod. How long do you think it will take until his physical conditioning is complete? Orochimaru asked Giddy to take his new vessel. I'd say about a couple more weeks. He's already invulnerable to all poisons and he has accepted the curse seal very well, with full control over the level 2. All in all, I would say that he's an A-rank shinobi bearing on S rank, Kabuto explained, and Orochimaru nodded, agreeing with the analysis. Though I wonder why you called him Sasuke, Kabuto stated, pushing his glasses up. He's supposed to be a clone from the original Sasuke, so I think that he should have the same name, Orochimaru said, shrugging his shoulders. In the meantime, get him a friend, Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly. A friend? Kabuto asked, confused, until Orochimaru nodded. You wish for him to awaken the Manjikyu, Kabuto stated, and Orochimaru only chuckled. You realize that he's a half-blood. Unlike Naruto-kun, he's going to go blind should he ever use them too much, Kabuto explained, but Orochimaru shook his head in denial. There are many ways to prevent the loss of sight, Orochimaru said. Many ways, Kakukaku. Senju Compound. A new day was just arriving at Konoha. It was summer and, as such, it was already a pretty warm day. Konoha always had a nice weather, either too hot in the summer or too cold in the winter. Not that it mattered for our favorite couple who were lying down together in their bed. Naruto was lying on the bed with Hinata lying on top of his chest. Both of them were awake. They were just enjoying the company and warmth of the other. Hinata shivered as Naruto softly ran in his hand over her back. Hinata looked up to see Naruto deep in thought. "What are you thinking so hard about?" Hinata asked. Naruto looked down from the ceiling and into Hinata. "Nothing," Naruto said, gently kissing her forehead. "I'm just going through the things I learned from the Akatsuki," Naruto said, sighing. "Why don't you tell me? I might be able to help," Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. "Sure, but first I need to tell you a story," Naruto said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. It was a time of war, and so Naruto told her everything he knew about the origin of chakra, Rikuta Sennin and the Jubi, their battle, the creation of the tailed beasts, and the sealing of the Geto Mazo in the moon for protection. "Wow," Hinata said, surprised that Naruto knew so much about how it all began. "So the Akatsuki plan on sealing all of the bijus on this statue to bring forth the Jubi?" Hinata asked, and Naruto pondered. "Well, they didn't exactly say that they wanted to bring the Jubi, but it is the most logical outcome," Naruto explained, looking back to the ceiling. "Why don't you summon the statue?" Hinata asked, confused. "You said that only a Rinnegan user can summon and control the statue," Hinata explained. "I can summon the statue, but doing so would reveal that I have the Rinnegan. Something that I don't want they to know as of yet," Naruto replied. "Space-time ninjutsu is the pinnacle of chakra manipulation. There is nothing preventing them to summon the Geto Mazo back should I ever summon it here," Naruto explained. "That is my biggest problem. There is no way to keep the statue away from their hands until we kill Nagato and destroy his Rinnegan. If we destroy his eyes, we win," Naruto said. "How about sending the statue to your dimension?" Hinata asked, but Naruto shook his head again. "The summoning jutsu can cross dimensions. Nagato can summon the Geto Mazo no matter where it may be. I have been thinking about a seal to block the summons, but I didn't get much far. Like I said, space-time ninjutsu is the peak of chakra manipulation. Even the smallest of techniques is dangerous," Naruto explained. "Have you ever thought about destroying it permanently?" Hinata wondered, but Naruto only chuckled. "If the statue could be destroyed, the sage would have done it long ago," Naruto replied, sighing. "You seem to have this well thought out," Hinata said, chuckling. "Of course," Naruto quickly replied. "I may be strong and have the Rinnegan, but I don't want to take my chances against the Jubi," Naruto said, chuckling. "Pussy," Kurama replied from the room. Kurama only spent time inside the seal when Naruto was gone on missions, otherwise he would sleep on the floor or walk through the forests of Konoha. "Says you," Naruto replied, throwing a pillow at the biju. "I would like to see you against him," Naruto replied. "It's only the 10 tails. How much stronger than the Kyuubi could he really be?" Hinata wondered. "It's not just the 10 tails. It's the combination of all the biju. All the power of the tailed beast gathered under one host. It's the real god of this planet. Although he doesn't have a conscience, he's more instinctive," Kurama started. "He's the primordial entity of this world. The first being, the creator and destroyer of everything. He's the one that breathed life into this planet, and the only thing that can take it away," Kurama said. "He's the god that created countries and has the power to swallow oceans, split the land, carry mountains, and so much more. You can't even measure his power. If there was someone to refer as Mother Nature, it would be the Jubi," Kurama explained as both Naruto and Hinata looked at him with blank stares. "According to the legends, should the Jubi ever be revived, it would mean the end of the world," Kurama finished, and Naruto blinked. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" Naruto asked, groaning. He never thought that the Jubi would be such a powerful creature. "You didn't ask," Kurama replied before yawning and returning to sleep. "You see what I have to deal with," Naruto said, turning to Hinata, crying anime tears. Hinata could only chuckle. "You don't need to worry so much," Hinata started. You are not alone in this. No man should carry this burden alone, Hinata stated. I know. But with me having the Rinnegan, I feel as if it's my duty to protect the planet, Naruto replied. But enough of this dark mood. How about we go for breakfast? Naruto asked and Hinata nodded. Senju Compound Kitchen. Morning, Naruto and Hinata both said as they arrived at the kitchen, greeting everyone. Minato replied only for Naruto's jaw to drop. Why you? Naruto stuttered when Minato gave him the traditional Uchiha grunt. Ha 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 ha. Kushina dropped to the ground laughing and Minato couldn't hold back a chuckle as they watched Naruto stutter. You fell for it, Kushina said, but Naruto had a blank look on his face. It was a prank, Tobirama explained. Oh, you are back, Naruto said and Tobirama nodded. Tsunade has placed me as the new envoy towards Kiri, Tobirama explained and Naruto nodded. It was a really good grunt though, Hashirama said, scratching his chin. Bitch please, I can do that better than him, Naruto stated as he sat down on the table. I will take that bet, Minato said as he and the Senju brothers stared at Naruto in concentration. The ladies couldn't help but sigh and chuckle. They are all old enough but they can still act like children, Mito said, shaking her head. Isn't that why we like them? Hinata rhetorically asked and both redheads nodded. Naruto got up from the table and cleared his throat. He arched his lips ever so slightly to allow a small arrogant smirk to appear. Naruto cocked his head slightly to the side, allowing his bangs to slowly show his Sharingan eyes. Naruto released a deep grunt and smirked at their reactions. And oh, Minato wailed on the ground, crying anime tears. I worked so hard these last few weeks on that grunt. Minato cried on Kushina's shoulder while she patted his back. There, Kushina whispered on Minato's ear. I've gotta say that grunt was a good one, Tobirama said while Hashirama only laughed. How can you do it so well? Minato asked, curious. I'm older than you, Minato explained. You didn't have to put up with Sasuke for 6 years in the academy. He was the epitome of Uchiha-ness. I heard multiple grunts every single day, Naruto groaned as he explained. Ding dong. I will get it, Naruto said, walking towards the entrance of the compound as he heard the bell. He opened the door and was surprised to see who was at the door. Hanabi, Naruto said. The person standing in front of him was like a smaller version of Hinata. She was dressed in the traditional formal kimonos. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, surprised. Naruto-sama, I hereby accept your invitation to visit the Senju compound, Hanabi said, and Naruto blinked as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, sure, Naruto said as he opened the door and allowed Hanabi to enter the compound. Naruto thought it was strange for Hanabi to come this early in the morning, and without a bodyguard no less. Wait here, Naruto said as he went slightly ahead to warn Hashirama and the others to put up their masks. It wouldn't be a good should Hanabi find out the identity of the dragons. An S-rank secret discovered by an academy student, like that happens all the time. We have a visitor, Naruto said as both he and Hanabi entered the kitchen. Hanabi was surprised to see so many people in there. There were at least 5 masked persons, each mask bearing a different color. There was Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, Fu and finally Hinata. Hanabi, Hinata said, surprised to see her younger sister. What are you doing here? Hinata asked, confused. She never in a million years expected her younger sister to come to the Senju compound. Ayano, Hanabi stuttered as she poked her fingers. She didn't realize there were so many people in here, and that alone made her a little shy. Naruto-sama said that I could visit any time, Hanabi said, looking down and making Hinata smile. You are among family, no need for formalities. Besides, Hayashi isn't here to see, Naruto said as he sat down at the table next to Hinata. Breakfast? Naruto asked just in time to hear Hanabi's stomach rumble. She turned a shade of red that would put the old Hinata to shame. Don't mind them. They are just grown-up kids, Red Kushina said as the males snickered. Red approached Hanabi and placed a hand on her shoulder, leading her to the table and seating here to Hinata's right. Hanabi hesitantly picked up a piece of bread as Hinata smiled and turned to her, handing her the butter. She ate breakfast rather quiet and preferred to observe everyone else. Everyone talked and laughed out loud. It was such a different ambient from the Hyuga clan. The Senju clan was the only one, besides the Uchihas, that had enough status to compete with the Hyugas. And yet, the Senju weren't all uptight like her father and family. The Senju had a warm and welcoming ambient. She smiled slightly as she watched Naruto compete with the red-masked woman to see who could finish the meal faster. Everyone was sitting in random places. In the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, the clan head, always sat at the edge of the table with her daughter, the clan heiress, to his right. It was a way to signify his power and status inside the clan. But unlike Hayashi, Naruto sat in the middle of the table. He didn't even seem to care for manners while eating. Hanabi giggled as she watched Hinata wipe Naruto's mouth, as he was completely stuffed. One thing you should know about the Senju. Hinata started gathering Hanabi's attention. When it comes to food, especially ramen, they can put the Akimichi clan to shame, Hinata said, giggling as she watched Naruto glare at Red. Is it always like this? Hanabi asked in disbelief. She was surprised as to how the strongest clan in the world could act so casual. The compound was so full of life, unlike hers, that gave a cold and lonely vibe. Even if the Byakugan could see through walls. Pretty much, Hinata replied, and taking a sip. Though it's difficult for all of us to gather together for breakfast. Each one of us has their duties and schedules that rarely coincide. Hinata explained and watched as Hanabi picked up a napkin and cleaned her mouth very slowly. Hanabi then proceeded to straighten herself and adopt her neutral face. No need to be so formal, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said, and watched as Hanabi's back slightly slumped backwards. How are you so strong? Hanabi muttered beneath her breath, but loud enough for Hinata to hear. Tusama always says that I'm weak and that I'll never be anything like you, Hanabi said, sadly breaking Naruto from his eating contest. Why would Hayashi compare you to Hinata-chan of all people? Naruto asked, confused, and watched as Hanabi became slightly uncomfortable in her seat with all the attention. She didn't want to come off as weak or needy. Tusama says that Hyuga blood runs strong in her. He says that I will never become strong as her, and that I can only chase her shadow, Hanabi said, sadly, making Hinata place her arm around her protectively. He's doing the same thing he did to me. And now he's undermining her because she can't reach his expectations once again, Hinata thought sadly. He always has and keeps tabs on the bingo book to track your progress, Hanabi replied. He says that you are probably stronger than the Hokage. That you are the first S-rank shinobi of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi replied, and Hinata was surprised that her father was keeping tabs on her like that. Don't worry, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said, comforting her little sister. Me and Naruto-kun have a plan. You just have to wait a little longer, Hinata said, and Hanabi looked up confused. What plan? Hanabi asked, confused about what she was referring to. That is a secret, Hinata said, playfully poking her nose. If you want, I can help you train, Hinata said, and Hanabi looked dumbfounded. Why would you do that? Hanabi asked, confused. I've done nothing for you, and in the end you would just be pleasing my father, Hanabi replied, frowning. Because you are my little sister, and regardless of what father says, you are strong in your own right, Hinata firmly replied. Really? Hanabi asked hopefully, with her eyes tearing up. Of course, Hinata replied, hugging her little sister for the first time. Hanabi cried for the first time in her life, releasing all the sadness, anger, and loneliness she felt by living her whole life with an unsupportive family and a harsh and stern father. She had to leave her house to find her real home. Poor girl, Tobirama said, dropping his mask as he watched Hanabi fall asleep in Hinata's shoulders. It looks like the Hyugas are taking the Uchiha's place. Either you live up to their standards or you become an outcast, Hashirama replied, sighing. Even back in the days in which he was Hokage, it was always difficult dealing with the Hyugas. Only the main branch is like that, and even then there are some exceptions like Hanabi. But all of that will change soon enough, Naruto said in a firm tone. You should be careful to what you are planning, Naruto, Minato warned. The branch house has always resented their lives as slaves. Should the main house ever falter, they might take their chance, and that would lead to a civil war inside the clan, Minato advised. Not with what me and Hinata-chan have planned, Naruto replied. Once they become aware of what is happening, it will be too late. Our plan will be swift and effective. There will be no time for a civil war, Naruto replied as he watched Hinata carry Hanabi away to their bedroom. The poor girl was exhausted. A few minutes later, Hinata returned with Hana. That prick is going to get it for not raising any of you properly, Hana said, pissed off that her husband would treat her children like this. Don't worry, Ka-san. That will change soon enough, Hinata assured. In the meantime, why don't you get to know Hanabi-chan? She has never met you, Hinata said, and Hana was surprised but happy since she could bond with her younger daughter, the one she never got to see. 1. Later that day. Ding dong. Again? Naruto groaned to himself, propelling himself from his bed. He didn't have much to do today other than train or meditate. Everyone else was busy. The dragons were busy in Umbu, Gaara and his brothers had missions with Anko, Fu went to the Aburame compound, and Hinata was bonding with her little sister and mother. Naruto opened the door and immediately frowned at who stood at the gate. He had long, black hair and white eyes. He wore a very traditional, loose-fitting robes with a long-sleeved, brown haori. Hyuga Hayashi was standing in front of Naruto with an impassive gaze, as if Naruto should be honored to be in his presence. Next to Hayashi stood a single-branch bodyguard. That particular bodyguard was none other than Hyuga Niji. Long time no see, Niji, Naruto said, and Niji simply nodded. What can I do for you, Hayashi? Naruto asked, and Hayashi scoffed at his blatant disrespect for his social status. And even more that Naruto greeted his bodyguard first instead of him. I've come to fetch my daughter, Hayashi replied, placing both hands in the opposing arm's sleeve. I know that she came to the Senju compound early in the morning, Hayashi replied in his monotone voice. What makes you say that? Naruto asked, curious, making Hayashi snort. She is only an academy student. Do you really think someone of her skill level could evade our all-seeing eyes? Hayashi rhetorically asked, almost puffing his chest with pride. A branch guard saw her and immediately informed me of what had occurred. I kept my distance and followed her here, Hayashi explained. I see, Naruto simply replied. It happens that she is busy training with Hinata-chan. Why don't I drop her off at the Hyuga compound when she's done? Naruto offered and almost took a step back when he saw a small smile creep into Hashi's face. You planned for this to happen, didn't you? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. Not entirely, Hayashi simply replied. I knew that you invited Hanabi to visit her sister, and I knew very well that she would accept this offer. That is why I refused when she asked me, to further her incentive into coming here and into the welcoming arms of her older sister, Hayashi explained, and Naruto shook his head. You are going to lose her too if you keep treating her like that, Naruto explained, and Hayashi scoffed. I'm not stupid, Senju-sama, Hayashi replied, almost smirking. I know my daughter far better than you think I do. And I know that Hinata wouldn't hesitate to help her little sister should the need ever rise, Hayashi replied, and Naruto just stared at him. I'm a realistic person. I know just how strong my daughter has become, and I know that she grew into it without my supervision or guiding hands, Hayashi explained, and Naruto wondered where this was going. Who better than her to mold Hanabi into a strong shinobi? Hayashi asked, slightly smirking. Naruto simply smiled as two golden chains sprouted from the ground and snared Niji. What are you doing? Niji yelled as he struggled to get free of the chains. Hayashi was about to question just that when Naruto blurred out of his sight. Hayashi didn't even understand what happened until he was pinned to the wall with Naruto pressing his arm to his neck. You bastard, Naruto growled, increasing his pressure and making it difficult for Hayashi to breathe. You toy with people's feelings just to get what you want. You turned Hanabi into a shy girl just so she could find refuge in her sister's arms. All of that just so she could become stronger? Naruto asked, glaring at Hayashi. Blood-red eyes glowing and staring straight into Hayashi's white ones. Danzo-sama was right. Power is the only thing that matters in our world. Everything else is just a fairy tale. Do you really think that Konoha became the strongest of the 5 nations by playing by the rules or saying that the pen is mightier than the sword? Hayashi asked. You are nothing but a naive kid, Hayashi replied, making Naruto increase his grip. I will do whatever it takes to keep our lineage strong and unyielding like it has in the past, Hayashi replied, struggling against Naruto's grip. There are boundaries and family should be one of those. You already lost first daughter, and if you keep this up you will lose Hanabi as well, Naruto said, seething. And even after everything you did, Hinata is still going to forgive you, Naruto replied, calming down. Because that is the kind of person she is. I should kill you right now, Naruto replied as his Sharingan started spinning. That is enough, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she arrived in a shunshin with Hanabi in tow. Naruto calmed down and released Hayashi as he fell to the ground coughing and nursing his throat. Hinata approached her father and quickly applied a healing jutsu to heal the damage he took. Thank you, Hinata-chan, Hayashi replied as he stood up, smiling and making Naruto growl at him. Father, Hinata said and walked very slowly to him. Hayashi almost took a step back when he saw her smiling. Hinata approached Hayashi and whispered into his ear. I'm going to keep an eye on you. If I find that you have continued this treatment of her, I will kill you myself, Hinata whispered and backed off, locking eyes with her father. Understood? Hinata asked and Hayashi nodded, going back to his stoic self. Come, Hanabi-chan, Hayashi said, motioning her daughter to take his side. Hanabi hesitated for a moment before remembering what she and Hinata agreed. Reluctantly, Hanabi walked forward until she was by her father's side. You are always welcome at the Hyuga clan, Hayashi said towards Hinata, who remained neutral. Come, Niji, Hayashi said as the 3 of them walked off. What were you thinking? Hinata asked towards Naruto. Why did you need to embarrass him? In front of Niji, a branch member of all Hyugas? Hinata asked. Just trying to make him see the light, but I know now that it's useless, Naruto replied, walking forward and placing an arm around Hinata. And don't need to worry about Hanabi. He will never do anything to her, Naruto replied. What makes you so sure? Hinata wondered. Regardless of what he wants, he needs an heir to the clan, and Hanabi is the only viable choice. He would never give it to a branch member, Naruto reasoned. Everything he did was to ensure that he got a strong heir to lead the clan. I think we should move up our timetable on dealing with them, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. It was time to begin their plan, and the preparations would take a few days. Tobi's hideout, Mountain's graveyard. A swirling sound could be heard in a cave deep beneath the earth. Tobi had just arrived from his rather colorful reunion with Senjin Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto had just threatened his entire organization with death. But the problem was that the brat could back up his threats. Naruto had just killed 2 members of his group. The Kyuubi brat intrigues me to no end, Tobi said to himself as he wondered how the Geto Mazo could react to Naruto's chakra. It was true that Naruto released enough chakra to match a bijou, but even then, something was off. The air around Tobi swirled again and Zetsu was dropped to the floor. Tobi narrowed his eyes at the plant like men and wondered what he would do with him. What do you intend to do? The white Zetsu asked, breaking Tobi from his thoughts. If I gave an order that would conflict with Naruto's orders, whose orders would you follow? Tobi wondered. My allegiance is to my maker, so Madara-sama's blood will always be my master, the white Zetsu replied, making Tobi curse in his breath. And your clones? Tobi asked. My clones are but blank soldiers. They can be programmed to obey only you if that is what you wish, Zetsu replied, making Tobi smile behind his mask. Excellent, Tobi replied. What will you do now? Zetsu asked. Naruto revealed that I'm not Uchiha Madara to the whole group at once. That will make Nagato an unstable pawn on my side. I will have to tread carefully dealing with him as of now, Tobi replied, bringing his hand to his chin. If it comes to that, I will personally kill him and takes his Rinnegan, Tobi said, sighing. Though he still had his uses, Tobi said, chuckling. We will let things unfold for now. Let's wait and see what Naruto's next move is, Tobi said as he walked off into the hideout. In the meantime, I'm going to give Naruto a little present, Toby said, smirking behind his mask. I'm going to show him that I am no prey, Toby said, looking at the shinobi kneeling in front of him. I have a mission for you, Toby said, making the shinobi raise her head and display her glowing blood-red eyes. Neo-chan. Chapter 46: The Choices We Make. Previously. I have a mission for you, Toby said, making the shinobi raise her head and display her glowing blood-red eyes. Neo-chan. Now. What's the mission, Fugaku-sama? Now asked, raising her head to lock eyes with her leader. Blood-red eyes with black tomos shining behind her black bangs of hair that threatened to block her eyes. This mission is to be completed at all costs, Fugaku said behind his orange mask, and now only nodded. Naruto decided to threaten all of the Akatsuki with death, and me particular, since I was responsible for the death of his father and mother, Fugaku explained, and now simply heard what he had to say. I want to show Naruto that there are no lengths to where I would go. There is nothing I wouldn't do to complete the Tsuki no Mikikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, Fugaku said with his lone Sharingan glowing. You wish for me to assassinate Hyuga Hinata? Now wondered. If Fugaku truly wanted to harm Naruto, she would be the most effective target of all of Konoha. No, Fugaku replied, making now raise her eyebrows. I want you to kill the king of Konoha, Fugaku said, smiling darkly. The king? Now asked, confused, not knowing what he meant. The academy, Fugaku said with his Sharingan glowing. I want you to kill every single student in there, Fugaku said, and Nao's eyes widened. What? Nao yelled in surprise. Is there a problem? Fugaku asked, narrowing his eyes. Why you want me to kill some innocent kids who aren't even shinobi? Nao said, looking at the floor, not willing to lock eyes with her leader. I don't want them just dead, I want them bloody. Naruto will know that it was a mistake to irk me, Fugaku said, looking intently at Nao. You will follow my orders, correct? Fugaku asked in a firm tone and narrowed his eyes when Nao hesitated. Yes, Nao replied in a defeated tone. I will do as you wish, Fugaku-sama, Nao said. Excellent, Fugaku said in a happier tone. Don't disappoint me again, Fugaku said and swirled away. Nao sighed and got up and started walking away. Konoha's graveyard, middle of the night. If no one else is going to say it, then I am, Naruto said, crossing his arms. This is disgusting even by my standards, Naruto said, pointing at the gates that lead to the graveyard. What are you complaining about? Hinata huffed. I'm the one that is going to cut her open, Hinata replied, and Naruto's face contorted in horror. Bunch of hussies, Tobirama replied as he stood there with his arms crossed, watching the younglings. You aren't doing much either, Hashirama replied, making Tobirama's eye twitch. You are the Doton Earth user. It's your job, Tobirama replied, making Hashirama groan. So is Naruto, Hashirama replied, pointing towards Naruto. Leave me out of this. You are the one with the Mokuton bloodline, Naruto replied. Will you shut up and get on with it? Tsunade roared, making everyone flinch at the sudden sound spike. Weren't we doing this at night to keep it a low profile? Mito rhetorically asked towards the fuming Tsunade. If you keep yelling, you are going to wake up half of Konoha, Mito reasoned. How can you deal with those three? Tsunade asked, pointing towards Tobirama, Hashirama, and Naruto. They are like kids on a sugar rush, Tsunade said, sighing. You get used to it eventually, but why are you complaining? You are a Senju as well, Mito replied. At least Minato wasn't so loud since he was an Uchiha. The Uchiha always were a quiet bunch. In fact, the Uchiha and Senju were the opposite in almost everything, including personalities. Are we going to do this or wait until the ANBU find us during their night patrol? Minato asked, breaking the fight going on. Fine. Let's get this on with, Hashirama said and turned to Tsunade. Whose grave are we profaning again? Hashirama asked. Now Uchiha 13 years old, She was the daughter of Mika Uchiha and Sora Uchiha and had an older sister by the name of Nana Uchiha. Tsunade replied, opening and reading her file. She graduated at age 7 along with Itachi Uchiha, and both of them were enrolled in the same team. They both became Chunin at the age of 10. Then they split up. Itachi joined the NBU and now continued her job becoming a Jounin just before getting killed. Tsunade read from the file. It says here that she was very talented in fire ninjutsu, even among other Uchihas. She was the only one that came close to even rivaling the Uchiha Itachi before he did the cleanup. Tsunade explained as she closed her file and everyone walked towards the grave site. A good Uchiha is a dead one, Tobirama answered, much to the shock of everyone. Tobirama, Hashirama yelled, and Tobirama huffed. You know I'm right, Tobirama replied. What about Minato? Hashirama asked, pointing towards the blonde. He's all right, Tobirama replied, and everyone's sweat dropped. Let's just dig her up and be done with this, Tsunade stated. Here lies Uchiha now. A proud Uchiha. May she rest in peace. Hashirama kneeled, placing both hands on the ground. The ground shook a little bit as the earth slowly began to break apart. The ground split in two as the coffin slowly made its way up towards the surface. Once the coffin was outside, Hashirama closed the hole. Who wants to do the honors? Tsunade asked, and Hashirama shrugged. Hashirama's arm turned into wood as he used it to crack open the coffin. The top of the coffin fell to the ground and everyone coughed as the small cloud of dust was set free. What did I say? Naruto rhetorically asked, pointing towards the decomposed cadaver in front of them. Disgusting, Naruto replied. The cadaver in front of them at least still had skin, but it was all dried up and brownish looking. She was just a little girl, Hinata said, overlooking the cadaver of a 13-year-old. Hinata kneeled down and ran a small diagnostic jutsu. Prognosis? Tsunade asked as Hinata worked her magic on the cadaver. Her eyes are missing, Hinata said in shock when she found empty eye sockets. Members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have their eyes removed and destroyed at death to prevent exactly what we are doing right now, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded, going back her work. Cause of death, blade through the heart, Hinata replied. It doesn't seem to be a fake. All the normal indicators are here. This is a normal human body, Hinata replied, and Naruto took a kunai and cut off a piece of her skin. A blade through the heart, Hinata wondered out loud, gathering the attention of everyone. Once the blade pierces it, the organ structure is immediately compromised and the blood flow is severed. The lack of oxygenated blood shuts down the human brain in just a few seconds, Hinata said, looking over the body of the young girl. Death is almost instantaneous, Hinata said sadly. What are you doing? Hinata wondered until she saw Naruto sit on the ground and go through hand seals. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said, slamming his hands together as the ground glowed purple around the shadow clone. A few seconds passed and nothing passed. You're losing your touch, Minato snickered, only for Naruto to bring his hand to his chin in thought. He performed the technique correctly. Either Uchiha now is still alive or her soul is sealed somewhere else other than the pure world, Tobirama inferred as he brought his hand to his chin. Did she had any medical training? Naruto asked towards Tsunade, who looked over the file. Only the basics. She was strictly a taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu user, Tsunade said, and watched as Naruto looked around. What are you thinking, Naruto? Tsunade asked in a serious voice. Did the coroner or the one who performed the autopsy cross-match the DNA to the files? Naruto asked, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes. That's classified information, Naruto. Only myself and the top medical officers know that we have a DNA database of all of our shinobi. Care to explain how you found out? Tsunade asked. When you found Sakura's remains in ash. You said it so yourself, Naruto replied, and got thinking. According to Hinata-chan, this is a human body, and its DNA matched the one in the database. Naruto wondered out loud. A 13-year-old without any medical training, while still a jounin, wouldn't be able to fake her death to this extent. Naruto said as he walked around until he stopped next to another grave. Here lies Uchiha Mikoto. Loved by her family. Cherished by her friends. May she rest in peace. Naruto tapped his foot on the ground and watched the earth split itself and another coffin rose to the ground. Wait, Naruto, Kushina said as she rushed her son. She was a dear friend. Be respectful, Kushina said looking over the headstone. Naruto nodded and used his kunai to spread the coffin apart. Inside the coffin laid another cadaver. It was in a similar shape of Nao's, the skin was dry and withered. Though this cadaver belonged to a fully developed woman. Like Nao, she had the markings of a blade in the middle of her chest. Naruto cut off a piece of her skin, sat on the ground once again. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said as the ground glowed purple around the shadow clone. A few seconds had passed and nothing had happened yet again. Something is off here, Naruto said and turned to Hinata, but she was already on the cadaver of Uchiha Mikoto. It's a human body as well, Hinata replied, and Naruto was wondering what the hell was happening. Did Itachi use some type of sealing jutsu when he slaughtered his clan? Tobirama, Mito, Naruto called out, gathering the attention of both of them. Set up a small barrier around the graveyard so that we aren't interrupted, Naruto ordered, and both of them went to work on it. Father, Naruto said and turned to Minato. Set up a genjutsu on the barrier to disguise it, Naruto said, and Minato nodded. Who died and made you boss? Kushina asked jokingly, but Naruto didn't reply as he was busy. What are you planning, Naruto? Tsunade asked, curious about what Naruto had planned. Tajir Kage Bunshin, multiple shadow clones, Naruto called out with his fingers in AT shape. Spread out in groups of 2. Each group takes a tomb. Once Hinata has verified that the cadaver is really human, use the Impure World Resurrection, Naruto ordered, and watched as the clones went to work. Hinata quickly made enough shadow clones to match the number of tombs, and everyone went to work. Something is off. The Uchiha were always secretive since they lived in the outskirts of the village. But suddenly one of their own turns on them and kills them all but leaves his brother alive? Naruto questioned in doubt. A few years later, not one but 2 Uchihas appear out of nowhere. And to make matters worse, their souls are not in the pure world, where they are supposed to be, Naruto explained. Something is off in all of this, Naruto stated out loud, and everyone nodded. This Uchiha massacre stinks, and Naruto would go to the end of it to find the real truth. It took half an hour for everyone to go through every single coffin of the Uchiha clan, and he wasn't able to revive anyone. Everyone's bodies were still there minus the body of Uchiha Shursui. Do you think it's possible for Itachi to have sealed everyone somewhere? Naruto asked towards Minato, Mito, and Tobirama. Nothing like getting a second opinion. Possible? Yes, although it's very unlikely, Mito replied. They were all killed by a blade through the heart. According to Hinata, that was the cause of death, which makes sealing their souls even more unlikely, Minato added, and Naruto nodded. Besides, sealing rituals take a considerable amount of chakra and time, and to seal everyone in the clan in a single night, it's highly unlikely, Minato explained, and Tobirama nodded in agreement. So the more logical outcome is that they fake their own deaths, Naruto said, and everyone agreed. We need to talk with the old man about this. He was the ruling Hokage at the time, Naruto said, and proceeded to bury everyone except Nao, which Hinata was taking to the hospital for a more deep examination. Those were human bodies that had the same DNA. These clones of some sort required vast knowledge of medical jutsu to create. What about the Uchiha brat that remained? Tobirama remembered, and everyone stopped walking. Itachi had killed everyone but had left Sasuke alive. Why? Do you think that the Sasuke that remained was also a fake? Hinata wondered. What a mess this was turning out to be. No, he was the original, all right, Naruto replied. What makes you say that? Minato wondered. Because Tobi broke him out from the Umbu prison. If he was simply a clone, Tobi would just let him die like everyone else in there, Naruto explained, pointing to the graveyard. These are all suppositions, you know that, right? Mito said, and Naruto nodded. I'll ask Jiraiya-kun to keep an eye open for Uchihas. Maybe his spy network can give us some hints, Tsunade said, and everyone walked home. They had to talk with Hiruzen in the morning and get the facts clear. Forest outside of Konoha. It was the middle of the day at the forests of Konoha. The birds were chirping peacefully and the wind was rustling through the leaves. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful until an blonde blur was seen jumping from branch to branch. The person running towards Konoha was Uchiha now, although she was a little bit different. Instead of her usual black hair, she was now blonde and the once pitch black eyes were now a dark brown. Her usual attire was also different. Instead of the traditional dark blue vest with the Uchiha clan and her sword on his back, she now supported simpler clothes, more civilian clothes to be specific. She wore a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color, and had black pants. Now continued jumping from branch to branch. She looked up and noticed the big green gates of Konoha. She was nearing Konoha. She jumped to the ground and started walking as a civilian should. Halt! Kotetsu yelled as he blocked Nao's path. Nao smiled as she stopped walking. Sorry for the outburst, Kotetsu said, scratching the back of his head. He had a little red tinge on his cheeks as he looked towards the beauty in front of him. No problem at all, Nao replied, smiling Kotetsu's embarrassment. Cough, cough. Kotetsu cleared his throat as he tried to regain his bearings. Reasons for vicing Konoha? Kotetsu asked as he tried to look professional. That would be telling. Nao smiled as her eyes gained a red color. She gazed at Kotetsu with her Sharingan and cast a small genjutsu. Of course. Enjoy your stay, Kotetsu replied. Nao smiled as Kotetsu went back for his booth and Nao went on her way. How nostalgic, Nao said to herself as she looked around the busy streets of Konoha. It was the middle of the day and the streets were booming with activity. Nothing has changed. Nao smiled as she looked over Konoha. Everything was still the same as it was almost 10 years ago. The only difference, she could see what the fifth face on the Hokage monument. Nao had almost forgotten the warmth of Konoha. She looked to her left and saw a few villagers laughing. To her right she saw a man trying his best to drag a drunk friend around. She went to a shop and bought a few dango sticks. So good. I've almost forgotten how good this was, Nao said as she continued walking while eating her sweets. She looked forward and her heart almost stopped when she saw two people coming right towards her. The male had long blonde, waist length, and spiky hair with fangs that framed his face and partially covered his right deep blue eye. He also had 3 distinctive whiskers marks on each cheek. The female to his side had straight, waist-length, Heim-style haircut. Her eyes were white, trademark of the Byakugan. Thump. Nao could feel her heartbeat increasing with each step she took. Step by step she could see them getting closer and closer. She steadied herself as she couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. She knew that both of them were skilled sensors and any altercation on her chakra and her mission was blown. Thump. Nao took a deep breath and time almost stopped as she crossed both of them. She tilted her body to the side as she slightly grazed Hinata's shoulder due to the crowd. Nao almost panicked but continued forward as if nothing had happened. She let out a breath of relief when she felt their chakra getting farther and farther away. Suddenly Hinata stopped walking and turned around to look at the crowd. Something wrong? Naruto asked as he noticed Hinata look at the crowd. It's nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew, Hinata replied, and Naruto nodded. Hinata turned around and both of them went of their way. That was way too close, Nao thought to herself as leaned against the wall in an alley. If she had been caught she would have been killed. If I remember correctly the academy was this way, Nao thought and made her way towards the academy. At the academy. Come on, Nao heard as she arrived the academy. Outside there were a few students doing laps around the field as their instructor was cheering them on to make them run faster. Nao made her towards the main entrance of the academy and made her way towards the classrooms. It was amazing how everything was still the same. She continued walking around until she crossed one of the rooms she used to take classes. She focused chakra into her ears and focused on the lecture going on. Now, Irika said, gathering the attention of his students. What can you tell me about the High no Ishi, Will of Fire? Iruka asked, and a girl instantly raised her hand. The Will of Fire is something that the Sandaime Hokage used to say in his lectures. He says that every true Konoha shinobi must love, believe, cherish, and fight for the village's sake, as previous generations had done before them. The girl started. According to Sandaime-sama, this is what gives Konoha shinobi the strength to continue fighting against all odds. The girl explained. Very good, hero, Iruka replied, getting a toothy grin from her. The Will of Fire is the belief that should guide us. This is what gives us strength to fight for those we hold dear. Iruka explained and continued on with his lecture. The Will of Fire? Now thought to herself. She had never heard anything like this before. Interesting how times and professors change. Flashback. Now had just gotten back her mission briefing with Fugaku, and she made her way towards the graveyard. She stopped near a headstone with the name of Nana Uchiha. What would you do, big sis? Now wondered in thought. Nao-chan. Now heard some soft voice and looked up to see a fair-skinned woman with long, black hair with bangs hanging on both sides of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark blue blouse with the Uchiha clan's fan on the back and black short skirt. Mikoto-sama, Now said, bowing to the wife of the clan leader. What troubles you, my dear? Mikoto softly asked. Nothing, Mikoto-sama, Now smoothly replied, but Mikoto could tell something was wrong. Your eyes tell a different story, and I'm not talking about the Sharingan, Mikoto explained. It's... Now started but hesitated before she gathered her thoughts. I'm not sure if I want to complete this mission Fugaku-sama gave me. Now explained, and Mikoto nodded. There is only one thing I can tell you. Mikoto started and got Nao's attention. Never do anything that you think is wrong. If you think deep down what you will do is wrong, then don't do it. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Mikoto sadly explained, and Nao got curious. Did you do anything? Nao asked. I betrayed my best friend. We grew up together, and she was like a sister to me. We went to the academy together, we trained together, we talked about clothes, weapons, boys. And yet I'm the reason she and her husband are now dead, and the reason I now possess these cursed eyes, Mikoto said, flaring her Sharingan and displaying her Manjikyu for the first time. A/N, check profile for pic. They are beautiful, Nao said, enticed by the pattern Mikoto displayed. Looks like a flower blossoming, Nao said, and Mikoto slowly nodded. Did you do it for your eyes? Nao wondered, but Mikoto quickly denied. I was presented with a choice. Clan or Konoha, Mikoto explained, and Nao nodded. Itachi-kun chose Konoha while I chose my clan. We are what we choose. So, think about it and be sure of your choice, as you will live with forever, Mikoto explained and started walking away. Wait, Nao suddenly screamed, making Mikoto stop. Thank you, Nao said with complete honesty. Mikoto nodded, smiling, and continued walking until she was out of Nao's sight. End flashback. Damn him, Nao hissed as she turned around and started walking away from the academy. I may be a shinobi, but even I have my morals and boundaries, Nao thought to herself, choosing not to complete her mission. Few days later, Sarutobi Compound. The Sarutobi Compound, home of the Sarutobi family. They had never applied for clan status, so they didn't possess a seat in the council, but that didn't seem to affect them. The Sarutobi clan members were all extremely skilled in taijutsu and both earth and fire ninjutsu. Some members even managed to surpass the Uchihas in the skill with fire. Such example was of course Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage. The man that was present in all three great shinobi wars and lead Konoha to victory in two of them. Extremely skilled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and unstoppable in bojutsu, staff techniques. Coupled this with his personal summon, Enma the Monkey King, Sarutobi became known as the god of the shinobi and hailed as the strongest shinobi of his generation. And his father before that, Sarutobi Sasuke, was also an exceptionally strong shinobi. Strong enough to hold his own against some legends of the old world like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Both of Hiruzen's sons were also strong in their own way. The only one currently alive is Sarutobi Asuma, an elite jounin of Konoha, wind ninjutsu specialist and once a member of the 12 Shinobi Guardians. Ding dong. The bell rang through the whole Sarutobi compound. Standing at the gates were almost all of the dragons with their masks with the exception of both Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade was also there as she was the Hokage, and she needed to know everything that went down on her village. The gates slowly opened, and in came someone who had short, spiky brown hair and black eyes. He wore long gray pants and a pale green jacket with a dark green stripe down the middle. He also wore his long blue scarf and now bore a Konoha protector in his forehead. Naruto and Ai-chan, Konohamaru greeted in happiness. Who's the brat? Blue, Tobirama asked, pointing to Konohamaru, who huffed. That would be Sarutobi Konohamaru, grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto explained in green. Hashirama crouched to his level. He looks like him, Green replied. Who are they? Konohamaru asked, pointing towards the masked guys standing next to Naruto, Hinata and Tsunade. I'll tell you someday, Naruto said, ruffling his hair. We need to talk to the old man. Is he home? Naruto asked, and Konohamaru nodded, guiding them towards one of the many houses. This place hasn't changed, Green said as he looked over to the house where Hiruzen lived. It looked exactly the same as the last time he visited, and that was many decades ago. I've never seen you here before, Konohamaru said once he heard Green's comment. You weren't here at the time, Green smoothly replied, but Konohamaru shrugged his shoulders and led everyone towards Hiruzen's office. Konohamaru knocked at the door and heard his grandfather talking. He opened the door, and Hiruzen could be seen smoking on his pipe as he was drawing some kind of painting. The room's window was opened as he seemed to be drawing the landscape he could see from that. Can we talk? Tsunade asked, and Hiruzen noted the serious tone in her voice. He nodded and shooed Konohamaru away, closing the door. Mito quickly placed a few silence seals around the room to make sure that nothing got out. So, Hiruzen started blowing up a bit of smoke. What can I do for you? Hiruzen asked and watched as the dragons removed their masks and everyone sat on the ground. Where to begin? Tsunade mused and turned to Hinata. Why don't you begin with Kiri? Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded, making Hiruzen focus on her. A few weeks ago we were given the mission to help the rebel side of the Mist in the Bloodline War. Hinata started, and Hiruzen was already surprised that Tsunade had agreed to such mission, but he didn't focus much on that. We won the war, but along the way I fought an Uchiha, Hinata said, and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. An Uchiha, you say? Hiruzen asked, taking a deep breath, and motioned Hinata to go on. She said she was Uchiha now, and she had an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I won the battle, but she managed to demolish the building where I stood, so I was unable to capture her, Hinata explained. I remember her, Hiruzen said, sighing. She was a good girl and just as talented as Itachi. She didn't get much of a spotlight, since with Itachi being a prodigy and son of the clan head, she remained in his shadow. Always had the impression she had a good heart, Hiruzen explained. She was strong. She could use the Amaterasu flames, Susanoo, and some type of genjutsu that would completely freeze the enemy's chakra network, paralyzing her opponent and leaving him completely exposed to an attack, Hinata explained. I understand, but still failed to see what you expect from me? Hiruzen wondered, curious. Uchiha now was supposed to have been killed when Itachi slaughtered his clan, Naruto said, making Hiruzen narrow his eyes at him. What can you tell us about the massacre of the Uchiha clan? Naruto asked, focusing his attention on the old man. Hiruzen sighed as he released a small cloud of smoke. What is there to tell? Hiruzen rhetorically asked, bringing his pipe to his mouth again. Itachi slaughtered his whole clan with the exception of his little brother, Hiruzen explained. Then how do you explain that there are two Uchihas alive besides Itachi and Sasuke? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at Hiruzen. That I do not know, Hiruzen simply replied. Why did Itachi leave Sasuke alive? Naruto asked. Only Itachi can answer that, but perhaps he intended on taking Sasuke's eyes for himself, Hiruzen smoothly replied. You are lying, old man, Naruto said, smirking. I can feel your emotions. Guilt and regret, which means that you are not telling us the whole story. Naruto replied, and everyone narrowed their eyes at the third Hokage. Just tell what this is all about, Hashirama said. Very well, Hiruzen replied, sighing. He never expected the truth to come out after so many years. The truth is that Uchiha Itachi was ordered to eliminate the Uchiha clan by me, Hiruzen replied, and everyone stared with their eyes widened at the man. You what? Tsunade yelled, making everyone wince at the sound spike. And she complains about the noise. If that temper is anything to go by, she's a true-blooded Senju. Mito thought to herself. Why would do such thing, Hiruzen? Hashirama asked in disbelief. All that work he put into making the Senju and Uchiha clans form a village together. There was no other choice. It was either that or civil war in Konoha. Hiruzen started. The Uchihas were planning a coup d'état, and if it were to take place, Konoha would be divided and weakened. The other nations would have seized this opportunity to bring us down. In the end, Itachi volunteered to the mission and I approved it, Hiruzen explained. You did well, Hiruzen, Tobirama replied. How can you say that? Hashirama replied, getting up and locking eyes with Tobirama. You were always against the Uchihas, but this is a new low even for you. Hashirama replied, getting angry. They chose their path the moment they started planning it. Hiruzen started breaking the argument. I tried peace talks and Itachi did try to persuade them to abandon their foolish goal, but they didn't cave, so I took steps. Hiruzen explained. You could have asked me for help? Naruto replied. What could you do? Hiruzen rhetorically asked. An 8-year-old, despised by most of the village. Not everything revolves around you, and if someday you should ever take the hat, you will understand that not everything is black and white, Hiruzen replied. Naruto was surprised by the harsh tone coming from Hiruzen. This wasn't the kind old man he knew, no, this was the man that led Konoha into victory through 2 great shinobi wars. This was the god of shinobi. You are still naive, Naruto, Hiruzen said, slamming his fist on the ground. One day you will have to make choices that you will regret for the rest of your life. You will send your own people into missions that you know they will most likely never return. One day you will understand just what kind of sacrifices you will have to do in order to protect Konoha, Hiruzen explained. Is that what it means to be Hokage? Naruto thought to himself. I'm disappointed on you, Hiruzen, Hashirama replied. This isn't the will of fire I preached about. All members of the village are family, and they shouldn't be exterminated like some infestation, Hashirama explained. He did the right thing, Tobirama firmly replied. Those half-bloods were never to be trusted. You think that I hated Madara, but he was the only one I trusted, Tobirama replied, making several jaws drop. He was a man of his word, unlike most of his clan, and he would never have sacrificed his little brother for his eyes. Those are lies fed to anyone that would hear by those inferior in power to him. Those half-bloods would do anything to rise above those of true blood, Tobirama explained. Why do you think he left the village in the first place? Tobirama rhetorically asked, crossing his arms. Because it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't made Hokage instead of you. He got fed up with his pathetic clan, and since he was the last of the true-blooded line, he left, Tobirama explained. Then how do you explain him challenging me for a battle? Hashirama asked, narrowing his eyes at his brother. That I do not know, but he must have had his reasons. We will never know, Tobirama explained. Madara wasn't so power-driven like those half-bloods. You remember the battles very well. They used their Manjikius until they were consumed by the darkness. They used Izanagi like some toy, playing gods just to try to get the upper hand, Tobirama said, gritting his teeth. Izanagi? Kushina asked out loud. Izanagi is a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and their ultimate genjutsu, Naruto started. By sacrificing an eye, the Uchiha can use this technique to gain the power to turn imagination into reality. It was said to be derived from my creation of all things, Naruto explained, and Kushina's eyes widened along those who didn't know of this. Tobirama is right, Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from Hiruzen. If the Uchiha clan had committed to the coup d'état and used the Izanagi, then Konoha would have fallen in a single night, Naruto explained, and Tobirama nodded. How come? Minato wondered. He had never read anything about this Izanagi technique. Imagine for an instant that Hiruzen attacked with Uchiha compound with several hundred of their men. The battle would definitely go in Hiruzen's favor due to the numbers. However, a single Izanagi cast would wipe out his army. Naruto explained, and Hiruzen was shocked by the power of the technique. This is good and all, but apparently they are still alive, Hinata said, and broke everyone from their rant. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked, confused. Last night we performed a mass exhumation on the Uchiha clan. Their bodies were all fakes. Every single member has apparently faked their own deaths. Hinata explained, but Hiruzen shook his head. It's not possible, Hiruzen replied in disbelief. We performed an autopsy on every single member and everything checked out. Besides, wouldn't Itachi notice them being fakes? Hiruzen asked. It was an assassination. The Uchiha clan never knew what hit them, Naruto explained. How can you tell that the bodies were fakes? Hiruzen asked, curious. Besides that fact that their souls aren't in the pure world, the bodies are, for lack of a better word, perfect, Hinata replied. I performed an autopsy on Nao's body and she was in perfect condition, Hinata explained. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Hiruzen asked, confused. She had no marks of broken bones, no scar tissue or any type of bruising history. Now that would be fine for a civilian but not for a shinobi. Besides, her medical history indicates she had broken her ribs before and this body had no evidence of it, Hinata explained, and Hiruzen stared at her in disbelief. So let me get this straight, Tsunade said, and gathered the attention to her. You order Itachi to wipe out his clan and he follows your orders, leaving only Sasuke alive. In the end, it turns out that the Uchiha clan is still alive and faked their own death. Tsunade explained, going thought the facts. I wonder why Itachi left his brother alive, Minato wondered out loud. It was his only request, Hiruzen said. We already made a huge request by ordering him to kill his own clan, but he couldn't kill his little brother. The deal was for him to kill the Uchihas in return of leaving little Sasuke alive, Hiruzen explained. A true shinobi. To think he sacrificed so much for Konoha, Tobirama replied. And he was a half-blood Tobirama. Even among them there were some good souls, Hashirama said. Either that or this Itachi is in with them on this whole fake scheme, Tobirama replied, and Hashirama shook his head at Tobirama's stubbornness. If Itachi had been on this, then he would have killed Sasuke instead of leaving him here alone, Naruto replied. Who knew Itachi would be the good guy after all? Naruto thought to himself, wondering why Itachi joined the Akatsuki after everything he did for Konoha. That makes sense, Tobirama replied. Who else knows about the real truth behind the massacre? Tsunade asked. Hamura, Koharu and Danzo, since all four of us come to the final decision, Hiruzen replied. I have a question, Kushina said, and everyone turned to her. If the Uchiha clan is still alive, why have they been hiding for so many years? Kushina threw the question into the air. I have a feeling that Tobi has a hand in all of this, Naruto started. Don't you think it's strange that Tobi was in Kiri and that was the first place we encountered another Uchiha? Naruto rhetorically asked, and few nodded. It was too much of a coincidence. If so, then the Akatsuki became more dangerous if they the Uchiha clan in their midst, Tsunade explained. Let's keep this under wraps until we know more, Tsunade explained, and everyone rose. Some things are better off buried forever. Chapter 47 The Choices We Make Too. It was night in Konoha, and it was a beautiful starry night sky without any evidence of clouds to hide thousands of stars. The moon was shining high in the sky, bathing Konoha in a silver light. Everything was quiet in Konoha, there was no one outside and the streets were deserted. The only sound was that of the nature, the wind rustling through the trees and a few animals. Just outside of the walls, a single shinobi could be seen hopping from tree branch. His high-colored black with red clouds flowed in the wind as the shinobi blurred through the trees, intending to arrive as soon as possible. The shinobi opened his eyes and a familiar blood-red color with black markings blazed to life. A three-tomoed Sharingan scanned the surroundings as the shinobi hopped down to the ground, still concealed in the shadows of the forest. The shinobi blinked as he saw a large transparent dome around what seemed to be the entirety of Konoha. It was a sensing barrier to prevent any foreign shinobi access to Konoha without anyone knowing. The shinobi simply walked right through the barrier like it never existed. A perk of the job, as he used to belong to the Leaf. The shinobi looked ahead and noticed that the big green gates were closed. He jumped high in the sky and, landing on the wall, proceeded to run up them until he reached the top. The defensive walls of Konoha were the biggest structure of the village with the exception of the Hokage Tower. The shinobi scanned the surroundings, making sure that no ANBU team was around, and jumped down and into the depths of Konoha. Senju Compound. As in all of Konoha, the Senju Compound was also quiet. Everyone was sleeping peacefully, not realizing that an enemy shinobi was approaching quickly. The same could be said about Naruto and Hinata, who were sleeping next to each other. Talk talk. Thumb. CW. The moment Naruto heard a ticking noise on the window, he sent a kunai flying towards the target. He didn't even open his eyes as he was asleep only moments before. The kunai was embedded with lightning chakra, so it didn't break the window. It pierced the glass and hit whatever was on the other side. What was that? Naruto wondered in thought. He looked to his left and noticed that Hinata was slowly stirring. What happened? Hinata groggily asked as she raised herself from the bed. Talk talk. Naruto heard it again, but this time he was already fully awake. This sound was coming from the window. He looked up and noticed something pocking the window. His Sharingan blazed to life to allow better vision. It was a black crow, pocking the window with his beak. What is he doing here? Naruto thought in confusion as he slowly got up without disturbing Hinata and quickly got dressed. Nothing, Naruto replied, kissing her forehead. I'm going for some fresh air. Go back to sleep, Naruto said, and Hinata mumbled something before going back to sleep again. Naruto silently got out of his room, leaving behind a shadow clone to guard Hinata. Just in case, Naruto thought, and walked out of the Senju compound, following the crow. Naruto made his way deep into Konoha and arrived into a training ground. Naruto watched as the crow flew and landed on the shoulders of someone standing on a tree branch. What did my crow ever do to you? Itachi asked, shaking his head. This is one Balzan move, Itachi, Naruto said, looking carefully at the other shinobi. I did not came here to fight, Naruto-kun. I only came to talk, Itachi stoically replied. I know, Naruto whispered behind Itachi's ears. Itachi's eyes widened as he quickly jumped down from the tree. He landed on the ground and looked up to see another Naruto where he previously stood. He got behind me with me realizing it and with my defenses up, Itachi thought in amazement, and watched as one of the Narutos dispelled in smoke. Naruto sat down on the ground, with his legs crossed. I feel no ill intent coming from you, otherwise you would already be dead, Naruto said with a serious voice. Now, what can I do for you? Naruto asked, focusing on Itachi. I have a few questions I was hoping you could answer, and in return I shall tell you what I know of the Akatsuki, Itachi replied in his monotone voice. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought you were loyal to the Akatsuki, but you are willing to betray them for this info I may not even have or be willing to share, Naruto explained. I will take my chances, Itachi simply replied, and Naruto chuckled. I still wonder what you are doing in that organization, Itachi, Naruto said, and Itachi raised an eyebrow. The same as every other member, capturing the tailed beasts, Itachi replied, but Naruto shook his head. I don't think so, Naruto replied, and Itachi just looked at him with a blank face. I have recently heard very interesting news about the Uchiha massacre, Naruto said, and watched as Itachi slightly tensed. Actually, it comes handy that you are here, as I also have a few questions that only you can answer, Naruto explained. What do you know? Itachi questioned. The Uchiha massacre was one of Konoha's deepest and darkest secrets. Only the Sandaime Hokage and his 3 advisors knew of what had happened. It was an S-rank secret that everyone swore to never speak of again. It was supposed to remain buried forever. Everything, Itachi, Naruto replied, and Itachi looked down. How all of that was mission from the village since the clan was preparing a coup d'etat, Naruto explained, and Itachi could only nod. You killed your own family for Konoha, Naruto slowly said. You did something I could never do, Naruto replied, but Itachi remained silent. Although you shouldn't beat yourself up since you didn't kill anyone, Naruto said, and watched as Itachi's head suddenly snapped up. Excuse me? Itachi asked in confusion. Was Naruto playing some sick joke with him? I did a mass exhumation on the clan and every single member faked their own death, Naruto replied, making Itachi's eyes widen. No, Itachi replied in disbelief, slightly shaking his head. That's not possible. I would have noticed something different in them, Itachi replied. The bodies they left behind were perfect replicas, including their DNA. It was like some clone, although to the cellular level, Naruto explained. I don't know how they did it, but cloning someone to that level takes years to accomplish, Naruto said as every piece started coming together in Itachi's head. Zetsu, Itachi replied in disbelief. He had been tricked by that Toby fellow. Him, that was supposed to be a prodigy like no other. The white and black plant thingy? Naruto asked, and Itachi nodded. One of his special abilities is to clone and take the appearance of anyone he touches, Itachi explained. If that is true, then you do realize that Toby is most likely some member of your clan? Naruto asked, and Itachi nodded. He played me from the beginning. He helped me with the massacre, but everything was planned from the beginning. Toby said that he was Madara, and I was a fool to believe him. I gave him information about the clan without knowing that he in fact belonged to it, Itachi replied, shaking his head. What will you do now? Naruto asked and watched Itachi sigh. You could come back to the leaf, Naruto stated, but Itachi gave a hollow chuckle. I appreciate the offer, but I have much to do but not enough time to do it, Itachi replied, dropping to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. The amount of blood was so much that it even fell to the ground. Naruto said, surprised, and rushed Itachi. Are you alright? Naruto asked, surprised. I'm dying, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied, chuckling. I just hoped to have enough time to right my wrongs. I didn't expect this information, Itachi replied and steadied himself. What is it you wanted to know? Naruto asked as he sat back down. Is it true what you said about Toby taking Sasuke-kun from his prison? Itachi asked, focusing on the blonde. Every word, Naruto replied, and watched Itachi sigh and raise his head to look up at the stars. I never wanted for anything of this to happen. The plan was for me to kill the whole Uchiha clan and leave my brother alive. By making him hate me, I wished for him to grow strong and one day come for me. By doing so, he could purge me of my sins and begin a new Uchiha clan, a better one. Itachi replied sadly. No offense, but that plan was flawed from the beginning, Naruto answered. While hate may make someone strong, they make them unstable, and look what happened. He murdered his own teammate in cold blood, just for his eyes, Naruto replied, thinking about Sasuke murdering Sakura to achieve his Manjikyu. One of many mistakes I did in my short life, Itachi replied solemnly. And one I intend to fix, Itachi replied sadly. You are going to kill him? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought you left him alive because you loved him, Naruto said, confused. I do love him. He's my little brother, Itachi replied, gritting his teeth. But I cannot overlook what he has done. Even if he was to kill me and supposedly avenge my clan, he wouldn't be welcome back in Konoha. He would be fugitive for the rest of his life. Itachi sighed. Once again I'm forced to kill those I love for the greater good. I'm sure hell has a special place for someone like me, Itachi replied and blinked as Naruto was suddenly at his face. Naruto brought up 2 fingers and poked Itachi on the forehead. Did he just poke me, the Itachi Uchiha? Itachi thought, with his eyes twitching and thinking about forgetting everything and killing the brat right here and now. Naruto's fingers started glowing green. After a few brief couple of seconds, Naruto released Itachi and watched as he fell to the ground. What did you do? Itachi asked in amazement. He never felt so strong and healthy. Itachi took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the night's cold air, and noticed that he felt no pain or difficulty. I've healed your body and gave you a gift, Naruto replied, looking at Itachi. I hope you use it well, Itachi. Naruto replied seriously and watched as Itachi rose from the ground. Itachi flexed his hands, taking another deep breath. He slightly flared his chakra and felt it cover his whole body. He never felt so strong in his life. His Sharingan flared into existence and started glowing in the night. Even his skin seemed to gain a stronger color. How did you do this? Itachi asked in amazement. Naruto had cured his disease, which everyone said to be incurable. Itachi had an autoimmune disease that every single doctor said to be incurable, and that Itachi had his days numbered, and yet, a single brat of 17 healed him in just a few seconds. Who knows? Naruto cryptically said, but allowed Itachi to see his silver eyes with several concentric circles. The eyes of the sage, Itachi said in just above a whisper as he stared at Naruto's silver eyes. He has the same eyes as Nagato, Itachi thought in disbelief. The Rinnegan eyes were legendary and had only appeared in a single figure throughout history, and now there were 2 users of them. Although Naruto seemed able to deactivate them, unlike Nagato. This Itachi, Naruto said, pointing to his silver eyes. This is the Sharingan's final form, Naruto said with his Rinnegan glowing in the night. You are full of surprises, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, chuckling. Not so sound ungrateful, but why did you do this? Itachi asked, confused. We tried to take you 3 years ago and even hurt your girlfriend, Itachi explained. You are a good person who got dealt a crappy hand, Naruto explained, shocking Itachi. And I believe in second chances for everybody, and this is yours, Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied, smiling. Now that he was fully healed, even his smile didn't seem that creepy. Here, Naruto said, and threw a 3-pronged kunai at Itachi. Should you ever need any help, give me a call, so to speak, Naruto replied, and Itachi nodded, stashing the kunai away. What will you do now? Naruto asked, curious. I'm going to keep tabs on Tobi while I wait for Sasuke. If anyone knows the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan, is him, Itachi replied. And Sasuke? Naruto questioned further. I'm doing what I should have done all those years ago, Itachi replied, and turned his back to Naruto. Foolish little brother, Itachi thought as a single tear ran down his eye. Goodbye, Itachi, Naruto said, and watched Itachi disperse into a storm of crows that rose into the sky and flew away. You placed a great deal of trust in him, Kurama warned. A half-blood Uchiha out of everyone else, Kurama explained. You could feel him as well. He has a pure heart, and I could feel the love he has for his brother. He will prove a valuable ally in the future, Naruto explained. Your call, Kurama replied, and went back to his slumber. Naruto swirled away and appeared inside his room. Hinata was already sound asleep. I'll fix that in the morning, Naruto thought, looking at the window, and laid down, resuming his sleep. Next morning. So let's see, Naruto said as he shuffled the maze that was the Senju library. Saying that this library was extensive was saying something. Even more now that Naruto and Minato added the Uchiha library to it. These shelves seemed to go on forever. Thousands upon thousands of scrolls ranging from medic jutsus to offensive ones, from history scrolls to journals. I'm never going to find the right section at this pace, Naruto sighed as he went back to the beginning. Here you are, Naruto heard, and turned to the library's entrance to see Hinata leaning on the door frame. Hinata-chan, Naruto yelled as he rushed her. Help me, I'm desperate, Naruto yelled, crying anime tears while he kneeled at Hinata's feet. Hinata just sweat dropped at his behavior. There, Hinata said, gently tapping Naruto's back. What are you doing here anyway? Hinata asked, curious. I'm trying to find the biology section, but I can't. Can you help me? Naruto asked with his best puppy dog eyes. You're such a big baby, Hinata replied, and Naruto grinned. It's this way, Hinata said, and Naruto gladly followed. They turned right, then right again, followed by another left until Naruto was lost. Here we are, Hinata said as she pointed towards the biology-related stuff. Finally, Naruto said as he scanned the shelf for the books he was looking for. Why are you interested in biology now of sudden? Hinata asked curious, and looked over the book that Naruto picked up. Biology of Reptiles. Hinata read out loud the book's title. For what possible end would you want to read this book? Hinata asked. That is a secret, Naruto replied, chuckling as he scanned the content of the book. By the way, Naruto called out, getting Hinata's attention. Shouldn't you at the hospital? Naruto asked. I have the day off, Hinata replied. Well then, how about we start your senjutsu training? Naruto asked, and Hinata quickly nodded. Naruto placed an arm around her and both of them swirled away. Training Ground 8. Both Naruto and Hinata arrived at their old training grounds back when they belonged to Team 8. We haven't been here in a while, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Sanaijushu, Hidden Snake Hands, a voice echoed throughout the clearing. Both Naruto and Hinata walked towards the voice that seemed to be only a few yards away. They arrived to see Anko with her right arm extended with several snakes out of her sleeve. The snakes wrapped themselves around another shinobi who Hinata immediately identified as Kurenai. Kurenai burst into a cloud of pink flower petals. Kai, Anko immediately flared her chakra, dispelling the low-level illusion, only to see Kurenai on the side going through hand seals. Anko hurled several shuriken to prevent Kurenai from finishing her seals. Kurenai was forced to stop her jutsu and dive to the side to avoid the volley. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Anko said, pumping her lungs with air and mixing it with chakra. She unleashed a torrent of fire that spread through the training grounds. Shit, Naruto thought to himself, pumping his own lungs with chakra. Suetun Surgeon Hiki, Water Wall, Naruto said, and large dome of water surrounded him and Hinata, preventing any burns. Anko stopped when she saw a large cloud of steam form around the training grounds. Futon de Tapa, Great Breakthrough, Hinata said, releasing a strong gust of wind that blew the steam away and cleared the vision of everyone on the grounds. You should be careful to where you aim those things, Hinata replied towards Anko, who recognized the two. The spar is over, Anko yelled and looked as Kurenai rose from the ground with her body completely covered with her dark hair. Once Kurenai was above ground, the hair started receding to its usual length. Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, it's been a while, Kurenai replied, rushing towards the group and greeting them. Kurenai hadn't seen Hinata for a few months now. In fact, she hasn't seen her since their practice battle. The royal couple of Konoha, Anko said, getting behind Naruto and Hinata and dropping her arms around each one. So, Anko began with her eyes glistening. Have you two lovebirds done it yet? Anko asked and noted as both of them tensed. Anko, Kurenai yelled, flushing red at Anko's boldness. Wheel? Anko said, dragging her voice and wanting the juicy details. We have, Naruto simply replied, making Kurenai's jaw drop and Anko grin, releasing both of them. Naruto Kyuan, Hinata yelled as she tried her best to avoid looking at Kurenai. What? Naruto asked, confused. Are you ashamed of being with me? Naruto asked, looking down. No, it's not that, Hinata quickly replied. It's just it's private and should stay that way, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded, feeling like a dumbass. Forget that, Anko replied and dragged Hinata to the side. So, how was he? Anko asked and noticed how Hinata began to poke her fingers together, as drop of blood ran down her nose. Oh my god! Anko yelled, staring at Hinata. She's a pervert, Anko thought to herself, grinning. You better go get Anko. We are supposed to train and I feel that Hinata is about to faint, Naruto replied, looking towards Kurenai, who seemed to be drilling a hole in Naruto's skull. What? Naruto asked, confused by her glare. I hope you at least use protection, Kurenai stated, crossing her arms in front of her chest. You are one to talk, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto sarcastically replied. What are you talking about? Kurenai asked, confused. What do you think I'm talking about? Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm talking about the fetus growing in you, Naruto said, pointing towards her womb. What? Kurenai asked, alarmed, looking at her stomach. not that she would see much. You're pregnant. You knew that, right? Naruto asked, looking at Kurenai, who had a blank face. Are you sure? Kurenai asked. Not that she wasn't happy, but she had to be sure. I am. I can feel his life force already. If you ask Hinata-chan, she can confirm it with the Byakugan, Naruto said. Be right back. Kurenai quickly replied and went to fetch Hinata to confirm Naruto's diagnosis. Kurenai quickly returned with a grinning Anko who seemed to be seizing Naruto up and down, and a blushing Hinata who still couldn't look Kurenai in the eyes. Hinata-chan, can you use your Byakugan on my, womb? Kurenai timidly asked, and Hinata got confused but did it anyways. Gasp. You're pregnant, Hinata said, making Anko's jaw drop. Congratulations, Hinata said and hugged Kurenai fiercely. How come you didn't tell me? Anko asked, faking anger. Naruto-kun told me right now, Kurenai replied, and Anko nodded. So, Anko began. Who is the father? Anko asked, grinning while Kurenai blushed. Is it a chain-smoking wind user that we all know? Naruto asked, joining Anko in the teasing. Idiots, Kurenai replied, smacking them both. He is, Kurenai replied. What are you doing here anyway? Kurenai asked, trying to change the subject. We came here to train, Naruto replied as he looked towards Anko and remembered that still had the curse seal of heaven that Naruto promised to remove. Say, Anko, Naruto said, gathering her attention. I can remove your curse seal now. Do you want to do it now? Naruto asked, and Anko almost jumped him, nodding her head fiercely. Lie down on the ground, Naruto said, and Anko quickly followed. Hinata and Kurenai took a few steps back to give Naruto space. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said, and channeled chakra to his index finger. Naruto placed his index finger in the valley of Anko's breasts, right above her heart. Oi, Anko grumbled. These belong to Kakashi-kun, you know? Anko rhetorically asked, lifting her breasts with her hands. Naruto could only stutter at her actions. Anko, stop playing with them and focus, Kurenai yelled, making Anko scoff. Cough. Naruto cleared his throat to remove any pervert thoughts about Kakashi and Anko's breasts. Anko gave a small gasp as Naruto released a small yet strong spark from his fingertip. The small spark was enough to shut down Anko's heart, effectively killing the Jounin. He killed her, Hinata thought in shock, looking at Naruto, who seemed to be calm like nothing had happened. You do know what you just did, right? Hinata asked fearfully. Of course. The curse seal of heaven automatically disappears when the user dies, Naruto explained, and Hinata sighed in relief. Why would I force Anko through the pain of forcefully removing it when the seal itself already does that? Naruto explained and pointed to Anko's shoulder. The 3 tomos of the cursed seal of heaven started spinning and sizzling. As they spun, a black smoke started erupting from it, and little by little, the seal started shrinking until nothing remained on her shoulder. If they didn't know any better, they wouldn't think she ever had a seal to begin with. Naruto placed one finger of her forehead and jump-started her body again. Anko opened her eyes like nothing had ever happened. Is it done? Anko asked nervously. She didn't know what she would do if Naruto answered no. You are free, forever, Naruto replied, and Anko quickly got and hugged him, spinning him around in happiness. Are you crying? Kurenai teased, seeing Anko's watery eyes. No, Anko quickly replied. I've got to go home and tell Kakashi-kun bye, Anko replied before quickly taking off. I've never seen her so happy, Kurenai replied, smiling until she remembered her being pregnant. Well, Kurenai said, running her hand over her stomach. I've got to break the news to Asuma-kun. See you later, Kurenai said, and shined away, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. That was interesting, Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded. Both of them sat down on the lotus position, facing each other. Now, Naruto said, and gathered Hinata's attention. What is chakra? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply stared at him with a blank face. Oh, come on, just humor me, Naruto replied, and Hinata sighed. Chakra is the mix of the body's physical energy and the soul's spiritual energy, Hinata replied. Exactly, Naruto replied while Hinata just shook her head. We shinobi can use both of these energies separately. Some bloodlines like the Naruto's shadow manipulation use more spiritual energy, making the chakra uneven. The same could be said for the Akimichi, who manipulate physical energy to grow parts of their body. Some genjutsu are even solely based on spiritual energy, like the Nidame Mizukage genjutsu. Naruto explained, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. Never knew that. Hinata replied, and Naruto nodded, going on with his explanation about the origin and workings of chakra. Most of us simply mix the physical and spiritual energies in equal quantities to produce what we call chakra. Chakra is far stronger than the individual energies, and since it's made from energies that make our own body, if we use too much we die. We need a minimum of these energies to simply keep our body running. Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Now senjutsu is a special kind of chakra. Senjutsu chakra is obtained when you gather what we call natural energy and mix it with the physical and spiritual energy to produce a new mixture far more powerful than regular chakra. Understand so far? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. What happens if this mixture isn't on equal portions? Hinata asked, curious. You said that some jutsu use physical and spiritual energies on different proportions. Hinata explained. If you place too little natural energy, you don't get anything, but if you place too much, you turn into stone. Naruto said, giving already a warning of the dangers. Stone? Hinata asked fearfully. Natural energy is very powerful, and there is a reason why there only been a few to be able to use this energy since the dawn of chakra. Naruto explained. Only shinobi with big chakra pools can even think of trying to learn senjutsu. If you absorb too much natural energy, it can overwhelm you and turn you into a statue. Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, taking everything in. Besides being difficult to learn, there are very few that even teach this art. Erosenin learned his from the toads, who unlike other animals share a stronger connection to nature. Hashirama learned his from his summons, the Ents, and I learned from Hashirama since the foxes didn't have any senjutsu training. Naruto said. 1. This training is divided into 2 steps. First step is learning how to feel and gather natural energy, and the second step is learning how to find the perfect mix with the other 2 energies to produce senjutsu chakra. When you have enough of this senjutsu chakra, you enter what is called sage mode, where your taijutsu, ninjutsu, or anything chakra-based get a boost. Your self-healing also receives a huge boost. Naruto finished explaining and waited for Hinata to process everything. Ready to begin? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. I'm going to leave a clone near you at all times. Should you ever lose control of the senjutsu chakra, I will pull it out using my Preta path so you won't turn into stone. Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. To be able to absorb natural energy, one must become one with nature. You need to remain perfectly still, but for now I'm going to infuse some senjutsu chakra into you so you can start to feel it, Naruto said. Naruto concentrated for a few minutes until he had gathered enough natural energy to enter his sage mode. Say, Hinata started. Will I also have those kind of markings in my face? Hinata asked, curious, not that it looked bad. That is an interesting topic, Naruto replied, bringing his hand to his chin. No one really knows why, but these markings aren't always the same. My markings are like Hashirama's, but in a different color, although they are completely different from Erosenin's, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Naruto placed 2 fingers on Hinata's forehead and leaked a small amount of already molded senjutsu chakra to Hinata. It's so powerful, Hinata said in a strained voice as she tried to contain the powerful senjutsu chakra. Don't fight or try to constrain the chakra. Let it roam through your body, to your arms and legs, into your eyes. Embrace the chakra, Naruto advised, and Hinata tried just that. She channeled a small amount to her and activated her Byakugan on accident. Gasp. What's wrong? Naruto asked, worried. He was restraining most of the senjutsu chakra just to give Hinata a feel for it before she tried to create her own. I can see it, Hinata whispered. I can see the natural energy. I can see it rushing through the trees and into the leaves. I can see it running on the ground, it's everywhere, it's beautiful, Hinata said as she observed the natural energy. You mean you can see the energy with your Byakugan? Naruto asked in disbelief, and Hinata just nodded. Unbelievable, Naruto thought to himself. He wasn't able to see the energy with his Sharingan. Naruto removed his hand and stopped feeding her Senjutsu chakra. Hinata's Byakugan deactivated and her vision was cut off, making her frown. Well, at least feeling natural energy won't be difficult for you. Now you need to remain perfectly still and try to feel this energy that is everywhere. Once you start to feel it, you need to grab it and merge it with your other energies to produce Senjutsu chakra. Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, sitting on the ground in lotus position. I'll be reading my book while you try it, alright? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded, relaxing every sense and focusing entirely on the feeling she got earlier. Say, Hinata suddenly said, stopping Naruto on his tracks. Can I use shadow clones to speed up my training? Hinata asked, and Naruto chuckled. You can, but only 9 at most, Naruto said, and made enough shadow clones so that each Hinata had 1 Naruto. Why only 9? Hinata asked, confused. Like I said, natural energy is very powerful. By using shadow clones, you split your chakra between them, lowering the quantity in each one. If make more than 9, your chakra pool will become too low for you to absorb natural energy without repercussion. And if one of your clones turns to stone, it's the end for the original as well, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Let's see, Naruto thought to himself as he laid down on the ground, up against a tree, and opened his book to start reading. He looked up and smiled as he saw Hinata in deep concentration. 1 hour later. Need help? Naruto asked as he noticed that Hinata was having problems remaining perfectly still. Even for someone who had extreme flexibility for combat, it was difficult. Animals were never meant to stay perfectly still like plants. I guess, Hinata mumbled behind her breath, making Naruto chuckle. The original Naruto stood in front of all of the Hinatas and slammed his hands on the ground. 10 spikes made of rock rose from the ground and stood at good 7 feet from the base. After the earth spikes were made, Naruto made another one for himself and several rock platforms. To help you keep perfectly still, you place one of these on top of the spikes and try not to fall, Naruto said, pointing towards the earth plates. Naruto picked one and jumped towards one of the spikes, landing perfectly on it. Naruto sat down and the platform didn't even waver as Naruto was completely still. Naruto chuckled as almost all of Hinata's clone fell to the ground instantly. Hinata glared at Naruto, who remained still on his own rock board, lazily reading his book. Naruto reminded Hinata of Kakashi, the way he was reading that book, lazily going over to the next page. I'll get this eventually, Hinata thought to herself before she picked another piece of stone and jumped towards the spike. Hinata fell once again and narrowed her eyes when she heard Naruto silently laugh. You keep laughing and you will end up on the couch, Hinata playfully said. Hinata-chan, Naruto whined, making Hinata grin. Few days later. Hinata was returning from the training grounds as she finished her senjutsu training for the day. She was happy that she completed one of her new techniques that she was almost skipping through the road. She arrived near the Senju compound when she felt Naruto's chakra nearby. She quickly located him and went towards him, only to stare at him in shock. No, Hinata thought in disbelief, shaking as she looked towards Naruto. Naruto was grinding himself against some girl. He was kissing her all over her neck and chest, and by the looks of it, the girl was enjoying it. Naruto, Hinata said, gathering his attention. Oh shit, Naruto thought to himself as he stopped his ministrations and turned to see his girlfriend with a neutral face, too neutral for his taste. Wait, Naruto said, detaching himself from the girl and waving his hands in front of Hinata. I can explain, Naruto quickly said. And what is there to explain? Hinata said, narrowing her eyes at her boyfriend. I guess you grew tired of me, was that it? Hinata asked with her voice getting louder. And no at all, Naruto stuttered as he tried to quickly come up with an excuse. Why, you see, Naruto said, but Hinata was already in front of him. After everything we have been through, you do this to me, Hinata said in a low voice. I gave you everything and you betrayed my trust with some hussy, Hinata said with her eyes watering. Slap. Naruto was thrown backwards by a chakra-powered slap. He crashed into the building, knowing down a wall. I hate you, Senju Naruto, Hinata yelled as she ran off in tears. The other girl was just curled in ball, trying not to faint from all the killing intent that was thrown around. Chapter 48: The Death of Hyuga Hinata. Hinata was returning from the training grounds as she finished her senjutsu training for the day. She was happy that she completed one of her new techniques that she was almost skipping through the road. A pair of white eyes followed Hinata from far away, the Byakugan blazing at full power as this Hyuga shinobi tracked Hinata's movements down the road. The shinobi adorned a white silk kimono as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, concealing himself in the shadows. He decided to keep his distance as to not being either spotted or sensed. His eyes allowed him to track Hinata's path from far away. His eyes widened when he saw Hinata arrive near Naruto, who seemed to be otherwise occupied. The shinobi kept to himself and simply observed the events unfold. "I hate you, Senju Naruto!" Hinata yelled, running away with tears streaming down her face. This wide-eyed shinobi couldn't believe what he had seen. Hyuga Hinata had caught her supposed boyfriend with another girl, and it ended badly for Naruto. "Hayashi-sama will want to know about this," the Hyuga shinobi thought to himself before sinking into the shadows and disappearing completely from view. With Naruto. "D-damn," Naruto replied as he pushed the debris of the wall away. Naruto coughed as he got up and cleaned his clothes from the dust. "Is he gone?" Naruto asked towards the girl that was curled up in the corner. Said girl got up like nothing had happened and simply nodded. "You know," Naruto started getting the attention of the unknown girl. "You look good and blonde," Naruto replied and watched the girl do a spin with her hair flowing in the wind. "Though your clone could have been gentler with my face," Naruto replied, nursing his now bruised cheek. "Poor baby," the girl said as she poofed in smoke to reveal the smiling face of Hyuga Hinata. "Let me make it up to you," Hinata said and very softly kissed his now bruised cheek. Naruto got goosebumps when he felt Hinata's soft lips on his cheek. "Better?" Hinata playfully asked. "Maybe," Naruto half lied and chuckled. "What happened here?" Hana asked as she came through the new door on the wall of the Senju compound. "We set our plan in motion," Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded as well. "And did it involve bringing down a wall?" Hana asked, shaking her head. "It's your daughter's fault," Naruto scoffed. "Oh, sure, blame me when you were the one that destroyed it," Hinata replied, making Naruto blink. "After you gave me a chakra-empowered slap," Naruto sarcastically replied. "Big babies," Hana thought to herself, chuckling. "I still wonder why you put on this show," Hana said, curious about everything they had planned. "It's simple, really," Naruto began. "You know that for us to do anything in the Hyuga clan we need an inside man, so to speak, so the first step is making Hinata a member of the Hyuga clan once again. Hayashi is no fool and he wouldn't simply allow Hinata to go back just because she wanted it so," Naruto explained, and Hana began to catch the big picture. "While Hayashi wants Hinata-chan back due to her being strong and somewhat famous, he doesn't want her if she can't be controlled," Naruto explained. "So we put up a little show," Naruto said, smirking. "We knew that sometimes Hinata was followed by a Hyuga member that would later on report to Hayashi, so we just had to wait for the perfect opportunity. Since me and Hinata have now officially broke up, Hayashi will try to comfort her by giving Hinata her family back," Naruto explained, and Hana nodded, taking everything in. "We will take this opportunity to take the Hyuga clan by storm and do things that wouldn't be possible for outsiders," Hinata finished, and Naruto nodded. "Do you really think you will manage to remove it forever?" Hana softly asked. "We will," both Naruto and Hinata replied in serious and firm voices. "Only the clan head and the elders have the power to stop the caged bird seal from being enforced into the branch members. No one knows how to remove it," Hana sadly replied, and both Naruto and Hinata blanked out for a moment. "Didn't you tell her?" Naruto asked towards Hinata, who shrugged his shoulders. "Tell me what?" Hana asked, confused. "Hinata-chan used to have the caged bird seal until I removed it," Naruto asked, and Hana turned towards Hinata, shocked. "Why didn't you tell me?" Hana asked. "Sorry, I must have forgotten," Hinata replied, chuckling, making Hana face vault. "You still won't have the power to do it, by legal terms I mean," Hana said, but Hinata shook her head in denial. There is this law back from the clan's wars time that. Hinata whispered into Hana's ears, making her eyes widen in disbelief. Really? Hana asked, and Hinata quickly nodded, bringing a small smile to Hana's face. You just wait. Our family will be whole in just a few days. Hinata replied and hugged Hana as a few tears ran down her face. Thank you, Hina-chan. Hana replied, hugging her daughter. Let's go home, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied, and all three of them began walking home. How long will your clone last? Naruto asked. I pumped him good with chakra. He should last a few days, and in the meantime I'll replace him when it's time. Hinata replied. With Hayashi. Hayashi was calmly walking through the dimming streets of Konoha. The sun was going down, and Konoha began to shut down. Hayashi was walking with back straight, his head up, and with a stoic look on his face as he looked towards the horizon. He had both hands on the opposing arm's sleeve. To his side was walking Hyuga Hanabi, his younger daughter and sister of Hyuga Hinata. Hanabi was forced to walk like her father, like Konoha should be honored of them living there. Hanabi's face was cold and completely emotionless. She had a face that mirrored her father's to the last detail. Hayashi-sama. The main branch shinobi that was tailing Hinata landed on the ground, kneeling before Hayashi. I have news, the shinobi informed. You may rise, Hayashi replied, and watched as the Hyuga member rose and locked eyes with his clan head. What news do you have, Yasushi? Hayashi asked. It appears the Naruto-sama has betrayed Hinata-sama with another woman, Yasushi answered, and Hanabi was shocked. Though Hayashi was completely surprised and bewildered by such turn of events, his face portrayed none of those emotions. Are you certain? Hayashi asked, and Yasushi simply nodded. I see, Hayashi simply replied, taking everything in. Where is she? Hayashi asked. I do not know, Hayashi-sama, Yasushi replied, and gulped when he heard Hayashi let out a sigh. She ran away from the scene in tears after finding Naruto-sama with another girl, Yasushi informed, and Hayashi nodded. You may go, Hayashi replied. Aren't you going to help her? Hanabi slowly asked, looking up towards her father. Of course I will, she is my beloved daughter after all, Hayashi replied, smiling. But let's give her a few hours so that the betrayal may properly sink in, Hayashi thought to himself, and kept walking with his daughter in tow. Few hours later, with Hinata's clone. Hinata had tired out from running and simply walked into an alley and sat down. She only looked at the ground. Her face was filled with dried tears. She had a hollow look that could spook anyone. What you want? Hinata asked without looking towards the newcomer. She didn't have to, she knew his chakra all too well. I only wish to help you, Hinata, Hayashi replied, and almost took a step back when Hinata raised her head and looked at him with those white dead eyes. It was like all the life had drained from her. Her eyes were white and plain, like there was nothing left. What can you do? Hinata replied as he looked back to the floor. She was curled up in a ball with her arms around her knees. He never wanted you, Hinata, Hayashi began, and Hinata flinched when Hayashi mentioned him. He only used you to shield himself from his pain and loneliness, and now that he's famous, he doesn't need you anymore, Hayashi explained, and Hinata scoffed. Like you are any different, Hinata replied, getting up. You expelled me from your clan, your own daughter, Hinata said, with the last part being just above a whisper. It was a mistake I deeply regret and one I intended to fix, Hayashi added. Take my hand and let me take you home, your real home, Hayashi said, extending his arm forward. Hinata bit her lip as she hesitated. I have nothing left, Hinata said slowly, and took Hayashi's hand. Hayashi smiled and brought his arm over her shoulder, leading her to the Hyuga compound, to where she belonged. Hyuga compound. Both father and daughter arrived at the Hyuga compound and were immediately greeted by the two gate guards. Was that Hinata-sama? One of the guards asked, while the other could only nod. She was. It's been years since I saw little Hinata, the other guard said. I feel some changes are coming, the guard explained, while his partner could only nod. Both guards belonged to the branch house, and like everyone else in there, they were waiting for their hero. It was quite a sight for everyone in the Hyuga compound. Hayashi was walking with his head high, and to everyone's surprise, his daughter and the rightful heir to the clan head position, Hyuga Hinata, was walking next to him with an equal and motionless face. Excellent, Hayashi thought to himself, surprised by Hinata's behavior. She's putting up her emotionless mask to hide the pain of Naruto's betrayal. She will do a fine clan leader in the future. Hayashi thought to himself, proud of his accomplishments. Hinata, Niji called out, surprised to see his cousin in the compound and much less in the company of her father. Did I say you could treat me as such? Hinata calmly asked, turning towards Niji, who flinched at her gaze that promised pain. My apologies, Hinata-sama. Niji quickly replied, slightly bowing his head. What is going on? Niji thought, completely confused by the turn of events. Nei-chan, sister! Hanabi yelled as she ran towards her sister and hugged her as much as she could. Hanabi, Hayashi said, and Hanabi squirmed under Hayashi's stern gaze. Such behavior is unfit for a Hyuga member, Hayashi coldly said, and Hanabi slowly nodded before detaching herself from Hinata and taking her place at Hayashi's left. Nei-chan, is it true what happened with Naruto? Hanabi slowly asked, and Hinata turned her emotionless face towards her little sister. Yes, Hinata simply replied. Senju-sama has decided to indulge himself on other pleasures of the flesh. Hinata coldly replied. Hanabi asked, blinking, not really getting what she was saying. He cheated on me with another woman, Hinata replied in layman's terms, making Hanabi flinch at her dismissive tone. So it was true, Hanabi mumbled to herself. I always thought those two be inseparable, Hanabi thought as everyone arrived to the dining table. After everyone had sat down, Hayashi rose again to make an announcement. As of today, my lost daughter has returned to us, Hayashi said as Hinata rose and stood next to her father. Let's us welcome back Hyuga Hinata to our family, Hayashi said, and everyone agreed. Few days later, Hokage's office. Tsunade could only shake her head in disappointment as she stared at both Hayashi and Hinata. Do you really wish for this, Hinata-chan? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Even if my grandson betrayed you, you are still my apprentice and heir, Tsunade explained as she tried to be there for the girl. I am certain, Tsunade-sensei, Hinata coldly replied. Swoosh. There was a swirling sound as Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. Hey Ba-dash! Naruto was saying, but quickly stopped when he noticed the presence of Hayashi and Hinata on the office as well. Hinata-chan, can we talk? Naruto slowly asked. You have no right addressing me in such manner, Senju-sama, Hinata coldly replied, and Naruto sighed. Leave us, Hayashi said towards Naruto, but Hinata interrupted him. Let him stay. I want him to know what will happen, Hinata said, and Hayashi nodded, forwarding the paper to Tsunade. You are an idiot, Naruto. You threw away a wonderful girl, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Last time I will ask this. Are you certain of this, Hinata? Tsunade asked in a serious voice. In front of her were the papers to readmit Hinata back into the Hyuga clan, and, as such, Tsunade would lose most of her authority over her. I am, Hinata replied, and watched as both Hayashi and Tsunade signed the papers. Hinata, without even hesitating, went over and signed her own name, finalizing it. Is it done? Hinata asked, and Tsunade nodded. As of now, you belong to the Hyuga clan once again, Tsunade replied, smirking for the first time. Hayashi was a bit thrown off by that smirk but ignored it. Finally, Naruto yelled loudly with a shit-eating grin. You know how cold the bed was without you? Naruto rhetorically asked as picked up Hinata and spinned her in the air. Unhand my daughter, Hayashi coldly said, but was confused when he heard Hinata giggling. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata began, drawing Hayashi attention to her. I, Hyuga Hinata, heir to the Hyuga clan and member of the main house, hereby challenge you for the position of clan head, Hinata replied towards Hayashi, who was drawing blanks. What? Hayashi asked, confused as he tried to process everything. Did little Hayashi get a brain freeze? Naruto mockingly asked. I said that I'm challenging you for the place of clan head, Hinata replied, looking at her father in the eyes. You set this up, didn't you? Hayashi asked, narrowing his eyes at the laughing couple. You really thought I would betray my princess? Naruto asked, shaking his head in amusement. Looks like you don't know me at all. Your spy didn't even realize that the girl I was kissing was just a transformation of the real Hinata, the other was simply a shadow clone. Naruto said, chuckling, while Hayashi had his eyes widened at the fact his spy was discovered. I thought about asking Fu to take her place as a favor since we weren't sure if this transformation would fool your little spy, but it looks like the Byakugan isn't all-seeing after all. Naruto explained while Hayashi was trying his best to contain his rage at being mocked and double-crossed. Enough playing around, Hinata replied, breaking their argument and stepping in front of her father. I challenge you for the clan head's position, Hinata said one last time. Why would I even consider making you clan head since I'm aware of this betrayal? Hayashi asked, cringing his teeth together. Because as of 5 minutes I belong to the Hyuga clan, and one of the laws clearly states that any member of the Hyuga clan may challenge the current clan head for his position. Hinata replied, smiling, while Hayashi's eyes widened in realization. This law is from the era of the clan wars, and it was created to ensure a strong leadership inside the Hyuga clan. Weren't you the one that was always pushing me to learn about laws and politics? Hinata mockingly asked. For what possible reason could you want my position? Hayashi asked. Isn't it obvious? Hinata rhetorically asked. I thought you knew me better, father. One of my dreams was always to abolish the caged bird seal and unite both families. Hinata explained, and Hayashi couldn't believe it. Everything was coming down on him. If she destroyed the caged bird seal, it would be the end for the main branch's luxuries. I refuse, Hayashi quickly replied. You can't refuse, father. The law also states that all challenges are to be accepted. Should the clan head refuse the challenge, his position is to be terminated immediately and a new worthy clan head chosen. Should the clan head be unable to fight, a period of recovery or preparation may be granted. Hinata explained, and Hayashi could stutter as Hinata quoted the law word by word. You see, father? I know my way around politics just fine. Hinata smiled, and Naruto beamed as his girlfriend laid it down on her father. You forget you are under my orders, and I could very well place the caged bird seal on you, Hayashi replied, smirking. You are wrong once again, Hinata replied, making Hayashi narrow his eyes. You already broke that particular law once. The caged bird seal may never be applied to the firstborn of the main branch, Hinata explained, and Hayashi scoffed. I could always apply it to Hanabi, Hayashi smirked. You could, but when I defeat you in combat and rise to the position of clan head, Naruto-kun would simply remove it, like he will do to every branch member. I will see you tomorrow at dawn in the Hyuga's main hall for our battle, Hinata explained, and Hayashi scoffed, storming out of the room. That went well, Tsunade said while Hinata nodded. I could swear I saw a vein pop out of his neck, Naruto chuckled. It will do him good to be brought down a few pegs, Tsunade said, laughing. He had a stick up his ass that would put some Uchihas to shame, Tsunade said, and Naruto chuckled. Let's go home. I want my pillow back, Hinata said, grabbing Naruto by the arm and dragging him home. Later that day, Hyuga compound. Enter Bleach. Nothing can be explained. Instrumental. You are a fool, Hayashi, one of the elders complained the current clan head's position. Hayashi was sitting in front of the 5 elders of the Hyuga clan. They all belonged to the main branch and, of course, they were all long past their primes. Hayashi himself still didn't know why they held such position in the clan, and even he knew that he alone couldn't not overthrow the 5 of them. I was tricked to my everlasting shame, Hayashi shamefully replied with his head down. He had been tricked by a couple of teenagers, although the fault didn't rest entirely on him. The supposed spy also got his fair share of punishment. What do you intend to do, Hayashi? Another elder asked, making Hayashi raise his head. You may be strong, but no one in the whole clan can take down an S-rank shinobi, the elder replied. I know very well my skill level doesn't match that of my daughters if the bingo book records are anything to go by. Hayashi sighed, thinking what he could do to keep his position as clan head. I have no delusions about my strengths. I am a mid-A rank shinobi at best, and the bingo book says that Hinata is high Kage level, not to mention she is a splendid doctor, trained by the current Hokage herself. Hayashi explained, and the elders nodded, with one simply chuckling, making Hayashi look at him funny. The S rank is not simply given to anyone, Hayashi. I have fought a couple of S-rank shinobi through my career, and you have no idea the extent of their power. This rank is special and not everyone can achieve it. S-rank shinobi are masters of every field and extremely valuable to a village, Hayashi's father began explaining. They are also known as army killers. Their abilities are sometimes so far out of reach that they can decimate entire armies of enemies with a single technique. Their chakra levels can sometimes reach bija levels. You know very well the power that all of our previous Hokages had. Each Hokage alone could face an entire army and come out victorious, the elder explained. Look at the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He alone faced and took down almost 3,000 shinobi back during the First Shinobi War, and he wasn't defeated by any of them. If it wasn't for the injuries he suffered against his battle with Madara, he wouldn't have succumbed to chakra depletion after fighting them for almost 3 days. Then came his brother, the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He alone forced back the Kinkaku force, 20 of Kumogakure's elite shinobi, and among them 3 S-ranked shinobi. Tobirama died, but the Kinkaku force returned to Kumo with 3 men left. Skipping the Sandaime Hokage, who was also strong in his own right, came the strongest and perhaps the scariest of them all, Namake's Minato, the Yandaime Hokage. The elder explained and did a double back. Or should I say Uchiha Minato, son of one of the strongest shinobi to ever live, Uchiha Madara, the Enten no Madara, Madara of the Inferno style. You weren't there when Minato decimated the IWA army using his Hiraishin technique, the elder explained. You should have seen it, Hayashi, the elder said, reminiscing about the battle. It was a beautiful show of death. An entire army of almost 1,000 shinobi fell in mere seconds. The few that he spared ran for their lives like they had seen death itself. Even we, the Hyugas, and the Uchiha's Sharingan caught nothing of his speed. No one saw nothing but glimpses of this yellow light. It didn't matter what rank they had, if they were strong or weak, innocent or guilty, genin or jounin, every single shinobi fell before his might. Even Inoki's own son, an S-ranked shinobi capable of using dust release like his father, and on par with him, the elder said as he released a dry laugh. Iwa's strongest shinobi besides his father. Before he could even blink, he caught a kunai to the throat not even 1 second before Minato began his onslaught. You should have seen his days as Hokage. Even though he was young, no one dared to question his authority or power. His cold blue eyes and aura alone were enough to put the council in their rightful place, the elder explained. To think he was an Uchiha and the son of Madara himself, the elder said, shaking his head in disbelief. Look at him, Hayashi. Minato was a monster and legend on his own right, and he never used his Sharingan. Could you picture his power if he developed his eyes like a normal Uchiha would? And then came the Kyuubi. No other person was ever able to fight a Bijuu until Minato came along. Hashirama could only suppress their chakra with his Mokuton. You read the reports of the events that happened that night. He teleported a tailed beast ball that would destroy the Hokage mountain, and he teleported himself and the Kyuubi itself away from the village. He teleported a Bijuu, Hayashi, a Bijuu, the elder warned. Why you? Hayashi stuttered for the first time. You are afraid of his son? Hayashi stated in complete shock. He never saw his father in this state. He never showed any emotion, much less fear of all of them. I'm not afraid of his son, the elder quickly explained before frowning. I'm afraid of your daughter, the elder said, and Hayashi blinked, not believing what he had heard. She may be strong, but not that strong, Hayashi wondered out loud. You are taking her too lightly, Hayashi, the elder said, gritting his teeth. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. For instance, look at the Uchiha clan. They never had an S-rank shinobi before Itachi, and when they did, look what happened. Itachi unlocked the Manjikyu and alone decimated his whole clan in a single night, the elder explained. The point is that there has never been an S-ranked shinobi in the Hyuga clan. Only Kami knows what powers Hinata may have and how far her eyes may have advanced. An S-rank doesn't simply use others' techniques. A true S-ranked shinobi creates their own weapons and they alone wield them to their greatest extent. The elder finished his lecture. You think that Hinata advanced her eyes into another unknown stage, is that it? Hayashi asked in confusion, but his father shook his head. There is no other stage, that much I am certain. We have used the Juken Taijutsu style together with the Byakugan for centuries. My concern lies with other techniques for the Byakugan. You saw her style at the Chunin exams, her speed, her strength, her form, perfect in every sense of the word even by our standards. The elder explained. I failed to see the point, Hayashi replied. Do you really think she still stood idle and hasn't advanced her Byakugan? The elder asked, and Hayashi's eyes lighted in realization. He too did nothing more than stay in shape after achieving the rank of master at the Juken, but he knew his daughter wouldn't stay put and let her skills dull. I see you understand, the elder said, and Hayashi nodded. What can I do? Hayashi asked, troubled by the facts. You can forget about defeating her in a straight-up battle, the elder simply said, and Hayashi made no comment to refute his claims. This is what you will do. And so Hayashi and the elders planned their move to make sure their leadership would not fall. Next morning, Hyuga compound. It was a beautiful new day as the sun was just coming up at the horizon. It was still early in the day, but at the Hyuga compound every single member was rushing through the halls. Today was a very special day. After all, is not every day that the current clan head is challenged for their position, and by their own daughter no less. The branch house all had their hopes up that Hinata would win. Hinata had always been a kind person and understanding of their position. She never once used the seal on them and never treated any one of them like the slaves most main house members thought them to be. The main training ground of the Hyuga compound was surrounded by strong and sturdy stone walls about 7 feet tall. The training ground was nothing but plain rocky grounds with a single tree standing at the edge of them. By the tree stood a small lake with crystal clear water that glistened as the sun came up in the sky. All around the training grounds stood the entirety of the Hyuga clan, at least all those that weren't on missions or busy with other duties. To the left side stood the branch house, their looks filled with expectation seeing the prodigal return of Hyuga Hinata. To the right side stood the main house. All of them had impassive gazes, but beneath that, anyone could feel their apprehension. It's not every day that the strongest shinobi of the Hyuga clan is challenged to a battle, and one that held a big prize for the victor. Such prize was the position of clan head, and such position could not be taken from the victor, unless the victor was later on defeated as well. Next to the main house, hidden almost from view, were the 5 elders sitting down on some pillows. In fact, they were the only members sitting down, and they held a quite good position to watch the match that would ensue in just a few moments. In the middle of the arena we could find one of the main persons of this event. Hyuga Hayashi was sitting in the middle of the training ground in lotus position with his back perfectly aligned. His legs were crossed with his feet placed on the opposing thighs and each hand resting effortlessly on each knee. Hayashi took several deep breaths as he relaxed in his meditating state. A small wind rustled around him as he released his breath and his chakra flared ever so slightly. Meditating is one of many methods of training chakra control, improving your reflexes, but most importantly, to be able to focus on the task at hand. Meditating teaches one patience, calm, and concentration. Hayashi slowly opened his eyes as a familiar swirling sound could be heard echoing around the training ground. The air was swirling in the middle of the training ground as 3 figures appeared out of thin air. The first one was obviously his adversary and his daughter no less. Hyuga Hinata was the first person to arrive at the battlegrounds. Instead of the usual samurai-like armor she used to wear when out on missions with this dragon group he heard about, she now had different clothes. She was wearing an attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue over mesh armor with black pants and black, low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket she had the symbol for yin and yang. She also had her long hair tied with a small white ribbon at the end. A/N, check profile for picture. Hayashi also wore appropriate attire comprised solely of a white silk kimono. Hayashi was an expert at taijutsu, so he needed to be flexible, and this attire would suffice him rather well. Mesh armor was useless against Juken strikes, so that would only slow him down, and he needed any advantage he could get. The swirling came to an end as both Hokage and her grandson stood there, standing side by side with Hinata in the middle looking straight at her father. Her face was one that spoke of strength and confidence. Hayashi got goosebumps when he locked eyes with her and remembered his father's words the previous night. This matter pertains exclusively to the Hyuga clan. You have no right being here, Hokage-sama, one of the elders said as politely as he could without insulting Tsunade. While that would be true, Hyuga Hinata is my apprentice and, as such, I have every right to be here, Tsunade explained, and the elder frowned as she was right. The master did have some rights over their apprentices. My apologies, the elder apologized before turning to Naruto. While you may be present, your grandson holds no such right, the elder explained, deceivably smiling. This was the boy that tricked Hayashi into this position. Are you crazy? Tsunade asked, faking shock. You want me, your Hokage, to stroll down the village alone? Tsunade rhetorically asked with a shocked face, making Naruto chuckle. Leaving the Hokage tower unprotected could be quite dangerous, so Naruto-chan is here as my personal bodyguard, Tsunade answered, and the elder scoffed at being outplayed in politics. Naruto-chan? Neji smirked towards Naruto, whose eyes twitched. That coming from a guy that dresses like a girl? Naruto replied, glaring at Neji. Why you? Neji asked, getting angry. Cough cough. Neji and Naruto turned to the source of the sound to see both Hinata and Tsunade glaring at them with gazes that promised pain and a lot of it. Both of them cowered behind them and immediately ceased their argument. Hinata quickly scanned her surroundings and noticed that almost everyone was there. If she had to guess, almost 90% of the clan had gathered to watch the battle. Her eyes landed on Hanabi, whose eyes were red with tear-stained cheeks. Hinata's eyes landed on Hanabi's forehead, and a familiar green X-style tattoo was made visible, the caged bird's seal. I can't believe that bastard went ahead and sealed Hanabi-chan, Hinata thought to herself in disbelief. Her father stood at nothing. But I do wonder why he would do such thing. He knows very well that Naruto-kun can remove it. Hinata wondered to herself as she began to walk forward and watched as Hayashi raised himself from his sitting position. Hinata looked backwards towards her sister and sent her a loving smile. Hanabi managed to get out a small smile before Hinata turned to face her opponent and current clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Both fighters walked until they stood about 16 feet apart. One of the elders slowly rose up from his sitting position and approached the battlegrounds. Hyuga Hinata hereby challenges Hyuga Hayashi for the position of Hyuga clan head. Hyuga Hayashi, do you accept the challenge? The elder called out. I do, Hayashi replied in a firm voice. Very well, the elder said, and approached the middle of the battlegrounds, staying exactly in the middle of both fighters, and rose his right arm into the air. Hajime, the elder replied, bringing his arm down in a guillotine-like fashion before jumping away to safety. Hayashi was the first to move, and in a split second he had crossed the distance, and was at Hinata's face. Hayashi began with a standard move and tried a juken strike to Hinata's chest, only for her to sidestep and swat his hand away, pushing his right arm away. Hinata took advantage of Hayashi's offensive stance, and went for single juken strike to Hayashi's shoulder. Hayashi saw this coming and simply jumped away to gain some distance. The fight had just begun and they were only measuring themselves against their opponents. Neither of them had activated the Byakugan as of yet. Hinata was trying to get a feel for her father. They say that when two high-class shinobi collide they don't need to use words, their fists do all the talking. Both fighters blurred forward as their fists met at middle ground in a resonating strike. Swirls of blue chakra were seen, clear as day, as their fists met once again. Hayashi jumped back to gain some distance, and quickly rose his arm, channeling chakra through it. Hakushu air palm. A compressed stream of air was unleashed towards Hinata at high speeds. Hinata jumped up and back flipped midair. She watched as the jutsu passed right beneath her without even touching her. She landed on the ground gracefully before quickly turning around and pointing an arm at Hayashi. Hinata fired the same jutsu, forcing Hayashi to swiftly dodge to the side. Taking advantage of Hayashi's momentary slip at his dodge, Hinata appeared in his face in a burst of speed. Hinata cocked her arm back and slammed her palm in Hayashi's chest. Hinata watched as Hayashi flew backwards and tumbled through the ground. Hayashi regained his balance and wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. Everyone was staring shocked at Hyuga Hinata. The shy and fragile little girl that was expelled from the clan all those years ago came back to fight her father and drew first blood out of him, with a swift but precise strike. Hayashi regained his bearings and his Byakugan blazed to life. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He already made one and Hinata had capitalized on it hard. She could have ended the match right there if she so wished. Hayashi dashed forward once again, and Hinata braced herself. Hayashi went for a leg sweep, making Hinata jump high up and backwards. As Hinata was still midair, she twisted her body and channeled chakra to her storage seals on her wrists. Several saban popped out in a small cloud of smoke. Hinata hurled all of the saban towards Hayashi's joints. Hayashi easily tracked the projectiles with his Byakugan. He simply bent down, placing both hands on the ground, and smirked. Dotondoria Taiga, Great Mud River, Hayashi said as the ground beneath Hinata turned into a slippery mud substance. As Hinata landed on the ground, she slipped due to the ground being muddy. Now, Hayashi thought to himself as he rushed Hinata to take advantage of her slip. As Hinata slipped to the side, she twisted her body and brought her right fist down. Her fist collided with the ground, breaking the earth and forming a crater. Hayashi tumbled backwards from the shockwave and Hinata quickly regained her bearings. I never expected ninjutsu from you, father, Hinata replied, completely caught off guard by that. The Hyuga clan was known for their strict training regimen and jutsu pool. They relied solely on the Byakugan and their excellent taijutsu style. You should be happy, Hayashi said, getting up and dusting his clothes. I realized that I would not be able to defeat solely with my taijutsu style, so I brushed up on a few ninjutsu last night, Hayashi explained, and Naruto chuckled. Give him the threat of losing his position and that alone forces him to learn earth ninjutsu. Naruto chuckled while all the Hyugas were surprised. Elemental ninjutsu was a big no in the clan, and now the clan head himself was displaying it. I was going to focus solely on taijutsu as respect to the clan, but now I see no point in this, Hinata explained. Dai Hak Kushu, large air palm, Hinata said and pumped her arms with an abnormal amount of chakra. The result was very powerful and fast compressed wind ball that before Hayashi could blink, it was upon him. Hayashi saw no other alternative as it was simply too late to even think about dodging. Kaiten, heavenly spin, Hayashi said as he started spinning and a large blue dome formed around him. The wind ball clashed with Hayashi's ultimate defense and overpowered it, sending Hayashi sailing through the air. Hayashi maneuvered and easily landed on the ground. Hayashi regained his footing and looked around for Hinata. Suddenly he felt something block his sun. Hayashi looked up to see Hinata with her leg raised high up. Tsutenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain, Hinata said as she smashed her heel on the ground, breaking the ground and blasting Hayashi away into the air. Hayashi skidded along the floor as he tried to slow down. He was breathing heavily and his clothes had small tears. The dust cleared and Hayashi looked towards Hinata to see her with a determined face. The battlegrounds were completely destroyed and a large crater stood where Hinata had struck. Mizu no Muchi, water whip, Hinata said as she made a single half seal with her right hand. From the nearby lake a single water tentacle formed, and before Hayashi could comprehend what happened, the whip attached itself at Hayashi's ankle and spinned him around before throwing towards a wall. Hayashi crashed into the wall, making an indentation of his body, and fell to the ground. As I suspected, this battle is one-sided, one of the elders and Hayashi's father thought, griping his kimono hard. Hayashi shakily rose from the ground, spatting blood on it. Hayashi took a couple deep breaths before turning to Hinata, who was simply watching him. You should surrender while you are still conscious. I count at least 1 cracked rib and 2 broken. Half of your chakra points are closed and your chakra stores are nearing empty, Hinata said. I will not surrender. I still have a few aces up my sleeve, Hayashi replied before dashing forward. Hinata shook her head in defeat but retook her stance and waited for her father. Hinata watched as her father approached her and suddenly made a tiger hand seal. Ah! Hanabi, Hinata thought as she looked to the side and heard the piercing screams of her little sister. Now, Hayashi thought to himself as he was suddenly upon Hinata, who was distracted by her sister. Thumb. Hinata received a direct Juken strike right to her chakra core. She let out a gasp and simply fell backwards to the ground with a single thumb. A small cloud of dust rose as her body collided with the ground. Once a failure, always a failure, Hayashi said as he took deep breaths to regain his breathing. He killed her, Niji stated with shock evident in his face. Everyone in the Hyuga clan was shocked to see that Hayashi would go as far as kill his own daughter. Then again, he already expelled her from the clan when she was a young girl, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. Poof. The Hinata that was on the ground exploded in smoke, making Hayashi do a double take as he was about to leave. Congratulations, father, Hinata said, gritting her teeth as he walked from the middle of the crowd and into the battlegrounds. You defeated my shadow clone, Hinata said with absolute anger. Hayashi dared to hurt her little sister. You mean this whole time I was fighting your clone? Hayashi asked in disbelief. The beginning it was me, but I got bored and replaced myself with a clone halfway through it, Hinata said, shrugging her shoulders and ignoring the shocked faces of everyone. You hurt my little sister, and I'm going to make sure you will never hurt anyone else in this family, Hinata said as her Byakugan blazed and she took her stance. Before Hayashi could even blink, Hinata was suddenly at his face with two fingers pressed strongly against his shoulder. Hayashi let out a strained gasp as he felt some foreign chakra enter his system. Argh, Hayashi screamed as he fell to the ground on his knees. Hinata jumped backwards and watched as Hayashi nursed his right arm. To everyone's shock, including Naruto and Tsunade, Hayashi's right arm started turning gray, starting at the shoulder joint and quickly spreading into his arm, down his elbow and into his fingers. What is this? Hayashi stuttered as he tried to ignore the pain, but it was too much to simply discard. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The foreign chakra that Hinata injected was overpowering his own. Hayashi looked at his hand and watched as his fingers started to become gray and unresponsive to his movements. Once the whole arm was gray, it simply dangled from his shoulder completely limp. Hayashi's arm had been completely petrified in just a few seconds. What did you do? Hayashi asked in desperation. I made sure you would never hurt anyone, either by using the caged bird seal or not. I turned your arm into stone. The process is irreversible and you will never use it again, Hinata explained without a shred of remorse. My father was right, she's a monster, Hayashi thought in fear as he stumbled to the ground. The Hyuga clan members were staring in shock and bewilderment at Hinata. She had just used the Juken-style taijutsu but made it far more deadly. With a single strike to his shoulder, Hinata had transformed Hayashi's arm into stone. You should consider yourself lucky. If I had chosen to hit your chakra core or heart, you would have been completely petrified, Hinata explained. How did she do it? Tsunade asked out loud and only Naruto chuckled. He had felt the energy when Hinata had used it. Hinata infused Senjutsu chakra into Hayashi with her Juken style. The Senjutsu chakra is too powerful, and if not controlled, that happens, Naruto said, pointing towards Hayashi's now limp arm. Since I won this match, I am now the clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata answered, and no one dared to defy her. Not after what they had just witnessed. Hinata had turned living flesh into stone. My first act as Hyuga clan head is to abolish the caged bird seal, Hinata said, and the main house erupted in protest while the branch house were all overjoyed. Enough, Hinata's voice echoed through the clearing with enough authority to silence everyone. Hinata-sama, please think of the ramifications, one of the elders pleaded to the new clan head. The plan to use Hanabi as a distraction and kill Hinata had backfired since they didn't expect her to be this strong. I already thought. The branch house were never your slaves either, they shall remain to be. Naruto-kun, if you please, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded before making dozens of shadow clones. Each shadow clone took a branch member, and in just a few minutes the caged bird seal was removed from everyone. I won't allow it, one of the elders said as he rose from his seat. I challenge you for the position of clan head, the elder said, and Hinata chuckled. I figured as much, but you will be unable to do so, as in just a few minutes all of the elders along with my father will be placed in jail, Hinata said, chuckling, getting confused faces from everyone. How so? Niji asked, joining the discussion as reattached his headband to a now perfectly clean forehead. Because of me, a soft voice echoed through the clearing and everyone turned towards the newcomer. Hahana, Hayashi barely managed to get out as he and everyone else stared at the Hyuga standing in the entryway. "Hello, dear," Hana replied with a low and soft voice betraying none of the anger she held for him. "Surprised to see me?" Hana asked, smiling. "But you can't be alive," Hayashi said out loud, pretty much summing the thoughts of everyone else. "We buried you," Hayashi said in shock, making Hana chuckle. "I too thought to be dead, but imagine my surprise when I wake up in the hospital after being in coma for almost 14 years. Hana smoothly replied. Both Hana, Naruto, Hinata, and Tsunade had agreed to a cover story to hide Naruto's powers. "What about the body we buried?" one of the elders asked, confused by this whole ordeal. "A simple fake body," Hana replied and turned to glare at her husband. "It looks like that poison you gave me didn't quite finish the job," Hana replied, and suddenly all eyes were on Hayashi waiting for an explanation. "He didn't tell you, did he?" Hana rhetorically asked. "My wonderful husband here and our beloved elders fed me a special drug to try and abort Hanabi," Hana said, and heard gasps from everyone including Hanabi. "He was displeased as to how Hinata didn't meet his expectations and wanted a male heir. So unknowingly to me, he and the elders gave me daily doses of the poison, but I didn't give up. I gave birth to Hanabi and fell into a deep coma," Hana explained. "The Hokage at the time knew that something was wrong and simply faked my death, keeping me on life support until Hinata stumbled upon my room in the hospital and managed to awake me," Hana explained. "Is this true, Hayashi?" Tsunade asked, glaring at the former clan head. "I do not know what she speaks about," Hayashi simply replied. "Please," Hana snorted. "One of the elders decided to gloat and explain everything to me moments before I supposedly died," Hana explained, pointing towards one of the elders, especially towards Hayashi's father. "Well?" Tsunade stated, trying to get answers from Hayashi or either of the elders. When Hana first told Tsunade of her cause of death, she couldn't believe it. "Do it," Tsunade said to Naruto, and he nodded, making his Sharingan blaze to life. Several chains erupted from the ground behind one of the elders, pinning him to the ground on his knees. The elder struggled to get free as he watched Naruto calmly walk towards him. Naruto kneeled at the same level of the elder and locked eyes with him, Sharingan into Byakugan. "Genjutsu Sharingan," Naruto whispered as his Sharingan started spinning and hypnotizing the Hyuga elder. In just a few seconds, the elder stopped struggling and was simply drawn into Naruto's blood-red eyes. The elder's eyes became almost hollow, and Naruto knew that his genjutsu was in effect. Naruto got up and nodded for Tsunade to begin. "Did you poison Hyuga, Hana?" Tsunade asked towards the hypnotized elder. "Yes," the elder replied in a monotone voice, shocking everybody around. "And who else was involved in this plot?" Tsunade asked, wanting to know every single accomplice. The elder was saying, but was cut off by another one of the elders giving him a juken strike to his chest. "Really?" Tsunade asked in disbelief. "You didn't want to go to prison, so you killed him, which is punishable by prison," Tsunade said, and the elder blinked as he hadn't thought his actions through. He just wanted to shut up Hayashi's father. "Looks like there is no honor among thieves," Hana said as Naruto trapped the killer of Hayashi's father and trapped him in a genjutsu. Naruto made sure to stay to his side to prevent anyone else from attacking him. "Who else was involved in poisoning Hana?" Tsunade asked. "All 5 of the elders, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Aya," the elder replied, and blinked as Naruto terminated his genjutsu. "Where is this Hyuga Aya?" Tsunade asked, looking around. "She's dead, Tsunade-sama," Ko replied as he stepped forward. Ko was one of the few of the main house that treated the branch house with respect. "Now that I think about it, she died just a few weeks after Hana-sama," Ko explained. "Of course she did," Hana sarcastically replied. "No loose ends, right?" Hana asked towards Hayashi, who seethed. Hayashi could do nothing as of right now. He had lost his clan, his power, his arm, and looked like he also lost his freedom. "All I wanted was a strong heir. Nothing like Hinata turned out to be at the time," Hayashi angrily replied and turned towards Hana. "She was like you, kind and soft. Such person was unworthy of leading our clan," Hayashi sneered. "And look how good that turned out," Naruto pointed out towards his stone arm. It's all her fault. One of the remaining elders suddenly got up and ran as fast as he could towards Hinata, intent on finishing her off. Well, as fast as a 70-year-old male could. Hinata turned around and locked eyes with the incoming Hyuga elder. Senpu Sage Arts, Hinata said as her face became filled with dark purple markings. The markings extended from her diamond-shaped figure on her forehead and went down to her eyebrows, skipping her eyes, down her cheeks and into her jaw. Her white eyes seemed to have an unusual silver glow to them. Seka no Mi, petrifying eyes. 1, Hinata said as her eyes seemed to slightly give off a silver pulse. The incoming elder let out a gasp as his eyes turned completely gray and started branching out into the rest of his head. The elder stumbled as his head had already been completely petrified and stopped walking. He moved his right arm forward as if to reach to something and stopped moving, completely turned into stone. Holy! Naruto yelled when he felt the burst of Senjutsu chakra that left Hinata's eyes. By using the natural energy all around her, Hinata is able to infuse anyone with Senjutsu chakra, effectively turning them into stone and without them even realizing it. That is what I call a stare, man. I got my own Medusa. Naruto chuckled, giving Hinata thumbs up. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, turning around, and all hell was unleashed. The branch house saw the elder being petrified by looking into Hinata's eyes, and when she turned around and looked towards them, every single member of the branch house stumbled as they quickly turned around to avoid looking into Hinata's eyes, and in the process they bumped into each other. While my sage mode is active, only the people I choose get petrified. You can still look at me, Hinata explained, and watched as the members slowly got up from the ground, and one after the other, not being petrified, they lost their fear. Hinata turned back to face the remaining elders and main house. She slowly walked towards the statue in the middle of the training's grounds. Is it not strange that one should die not by hands of their enemies, but at the hands of their own blood? Hinata said sadly and walked towards her father. I was willing to forgive you for expelling me from the clan, but I couldn't after you almost killed my mother and sealed my little sister. You dug your own grave, Hayashi, Hinata said sadly and walked away. My work here is done, Hinata said and turned to her mother. Hana gave Hayashi a last look before turning and smiling to her daughter. Anbu, Tsunade called, and almost immediately 3 Umbu appeared in a poof of smoke in front of her. Take that scum to the prison, Tsunade said, pointing towards Hayashi and the 3 remaining elders. Hyuga Hinata, Hana called out. I, Hyuga Hana, hereby challenge you for the position of clan head, Hana said, and everyone's jaw dropped. Everyone in the Hyuga clan thought those 2 were together in this. I accept, Hinata replied, smiling. And I forfeit, Hinata said, and everyone face vaulted. As the new Hyuga clan head, my first decision is to banish Hyuga Hinata from the Hyuga clan permanently, Hana said, and everyone was surprised. What was going on? Hinata had joined the clan and now she was expelled again. Thank you, my Hina-chan, Hana said, hugging her daughter, leaning in to whisper. You found a very good man in Naruto. I hope you live a wonderful life, Hana whispered. Thank you, mother, Hinata said, breaking the hug. I'll come visit when I can, Hinata said, and Hana watched as her daughter left the compound with Naruto by her side, like he had always been. What are you all looking at? Hana rhetorically replied, making every Hyuga member flinch. Just joking. It's time for us to turn a new leaf in the Hyuga clan, Hana began. I know that most of the former branch house hold grudges against the main house, but I hope you can let go, and I say the same to the main house. I will not tolerate any fighting on the clan. Do I make myself clear? Hana said, glaring at everyone, and watched as everyone quickly nodded. Good. Let's return to our jobs, Hana said, and everyone walked away. The training ground could be fixed tomorrow, and suitable place for the elder statue be found. A martyr never to be forgotten. Later that day, Hokage Monument. After that commotion of the Hyuga clan had finally died down, the night quickly followed as well. Naruto was at the top of his father's head, calmly watching the starry sky. He looked down on the village and saw thousands of lights. From his position, Naruto could see the whole village. Here you are, Naruto heard and turned around to see Hinata approaching. It always surprises me how beautiful the village looks at night, Hinata replied, stopping next to Naruto. What did you call me for? Hinata asked. I just wanted to share this with my gorgeous girlfriend, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Real smooth genius! Naruto cursed to himself, and watched as Hinata simply laid her head on his shoulder. By the way, Hinata said, getting his attention, earlier today you said something about you having your own Medusa. Hinata and Naruto chuckled. It's a legend, but we have time, so, Naruto said before gathering his thoughts. According to the stories, long time ago lived a princess that ruled over a country that was just as big as the Fire Country. People of their country used to praise their princess for her beauty. According to the legends, this princess was so beautiful that she was compared to gods themselves. 2. One of the gods saw this as an offense to themselves. They decided to punish this princess for so foolishly being compared to gods. They cast a terrible curse upon her so that anyone that gazed directly into her would be turned into stone for all eternity. That's why I said that when I saw you do the same thing today, and you certainly are beautiful enough, Naruto said, smiling. You are right about one thing, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm yours, Hinata said, kissing him on the lips. And you're mine, Hinata said lovingly. It's now or never, Naruto thought to himself, gulping and gathering his nerves. Naruto split away from Hinata and kneeled on one knee. Naruto's heart was racing as he channeled chakra into one of his storage seals and a small square box popped out. Hinata gasped when she saw Naruto kneeling and a small box on his hand. Is he? No, don't faint now, Hinata thought to herself as she also tried to keep a heart rate in check. Naruto opened the small box and Hinata saw perhaps the most beautiful ring she had ever seen. You were always with me since the very beginning, Naruto began. You were the first person to show me kindness and love. You were my first friend, my girlfriend, and now my greatest love. You were there when I was feeling alone and lost, you were there when I was called a monster, and you were there when I was thrown from stores and feeling lonely. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, so, Hinata, will you marry me? Naruto asked as he displayed his ring for her to see. You are such a knucklehead, Hinata replied lovingly and making Naruto hesitantly raise his head to look at her. Of course I do, Hinata lovingly replied, and Naruto immediately got a smile that threatened to split his face. He slowly took the ring from his box and tried to place it on her finger. Keyword being tried as he couldn't stop shaking. With a hand from Hinata he finally managed to do it. It's gorgeous, Hinata said, raising her hand to the air, and watched as the ring sparkled under the moon's light. The ring wasn't too big or had any fancy cut or design. It had the symbol for yin and yang, with the yang symbol in light purple and the yin side in shining silver. I've never seen diamonds with such color, Hinata mused to herself as she leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder, and both of them sat on the ground looking at the sky. That's because they don't exist, Naruto said, and Hinata wondered what he meant. I created these two stones from scratch with my Rinnegan. I wanted the ring to be the only one of a kind, and no matter what differences or challenges we may face, we will always be together like yin and yang. Hinata finished for Naruto, who nodded. I love you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and pulled Naruto into a deep romantic kiss. And I love you, Naruto said, breaking the kiss and bringing his forehead to hers. Senju Hinata. Chapter 49, The Choices We Make 3. Senju Compound. It was a beautiful day in Konoha. It was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sunrays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a small yawn and tried to shift in bed, but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess, who snuggled next to him, resting her head in his shoulder. There was something about having Hinata sleeping on his chest that just felt right. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him, feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. Naruto had proposed last night, and Hinata had accepted, and now they would be together forever. It didn't get any better than that. although the room itself might disagree. For starters, there were clothes everywhere. Naruto's vest and pants were near the door, which meant that they were the first to go. Hinata's jacket and bra were also nearby, although her pants and underwear were actually near the window. Only Kami knows how they got there. "I'm so happy that I just want to run and jump everywhere," Naruto whispered, and Hinata giggled lightly. "I know the feeling," Hinata replied. "After everything we have been through, we are finally together forever," Hinata explained, and Naruto gently kissed her forehead. "I'm the luckiest guy in the world," Naruto said. "Are you crying?" Hinata asked, smiling as she saw his moist eyes. "Of course not," Naruto quickly replied. "It's just dust that got in my eye," Naruto replied, scrubbing his eyes. Hinata knew the truth very well. For someone who never had a family, he just got one of his own. "You know," Hinata started as she looked up. "We are going to need a new bed," Hinata said as Naruto sighed. Last night had been one of commemoration on their engagement, and they got a little carried away. "It was your idea to try doing it while we were on Sage Mode," Naruto chuckled. "Like you didn't love it," Hinata teasingly replied, kissing his cheek. "Senjutsu empowers all of our senses," Hinata explained blissfully. "And also our strength, and that is why we broke our bed," Naruto said, shaking his head, and watched as Hinata rose up and straddled him. The sheets fell to the bed, revealing Hinata's naked form. "It's not like it's going to break again," Hinata lustfully said. "Such a tease," Naruto complained, and Hinata giggled. "Are you going to do something about it?" Hinata asked, giggling like a schoolgirl. "Maybe," Naruto half lied and rose up to meet Hinata's lips. Naruto embraced Hinata, pulling her closer as Hinata ran her hands through Naruto's long spiky hair. Their lips met with fierce passion. Naruto turned her around and gently lowered her on the bed, making him stand on top. Hinata hummed in delight as Naruto kissed her neck and gently fondled her breasts. Knock knock. "Naruto-kun, if you don't hurry you will miss breakfast," Kushina said as she knocked on the door just before walking away. "This sucks," Naruto frowned as he stopped his actions and simply laid on the bed. "Maybe not," Hinata replied and got up. She started walking to the bathroom, swaying her hips in a sexy manner. Naruto could only stare at her and follow her movements. "Right, we must preserve water," Naruto said in conviction before he got up and quickly followed Hinata into the shower. Water was a precious resource after all. Senju Compound Kitchen. The doors to the kitchen opened and everyone in there shifted their attention to the couple approaching. Both of them had huge smiles of their faces, and everyone noted how Hinata seemed to be more clingy than usual. They had such happy expression that it was intoxicating. "Looks like someone had a good night," Jiraiya said, wiggling his eyebrows. He was lucky enough that Tsunade wasn't there, otherwise he would already be buried on the ground. "Better than good," Hinata said dreamily and raised her hand to show the purple and silver ring on her finger. "Naruto-kun proposed last night," Hinata happily said and sat down, but was quickly surrounded by Kushina and Mito wanting the juicy details. "About time, Naruto," Hashirama said, chuckling, making Hinata raise an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Hinata asked. "You don't know what we suffered with him, always haunting us for advice. Where to propose, when to propose, what to say. It was a nightmare," Hashirama explained, and Naruto groaned. Hinata didn't have to know that. "Really?" Hinata asked, surprised, looking at Naruto. "You should have seen him when he came to me to ask how I proposed to Kushina-chan." Minato chuckled, reminiscing of that particular moment. "He began wondering what to say and when to do it. He looked like a headless chicken until he began to hyperventilate and proceeded to pass out, falling flat on the ground," Minato said, laughing. "Father," Naruto complained, and Minato just chuckled. "These are the good memories one should remember, Naruto," Minato advised, rising up. "By the way, good work on the Hyuga clan. I'm proud of you," Minato said, making Naruto smile. "It went better than I thought. It's a good thing that the clan is still stable even without the caged bird seal," Tobirama said in afterthought. "It's good we didn't tell them everything. Can you imagine Hayashi's face if we told them that the Byakugan comes from the Sharingan? Naruto chuckled and began eating until he realized that everyone was staring at him, including Minato, who was about to leave. Is there something on my face? Naruto asked, confused about the stares. Hold on, Tobirama said. Back up, Hashirama added. What do you mean by the Byakugan coming from the Sharingan? Minato asked, summarizing everyone's questions. Oh yeah, I forgot me and Hinata-chan never told you guys this. Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head, making everyone else sweat drop. No one else knew where the Byakugan came from because they never had access to both archives. Since I had access to the Uchiha's library and Hinata to the Hyuga's, we stumbled upon several files and simply cross-matched them to find the origin of the Byakugan. Naruto began. According to the files, a few hundreds of years ago one lone Uchiha left the clan. It isn't clear if he was a pure blood or a half-blood one, but it doesn't matter at this point. He traveled the world until he fell in love with a woman he met during his travels. Everything seemed normal unless for the fact that this woman had a genetic near-blindness defect, Naruto said. They eventually married and had kids. The Sharingan gene got passed on into the kids and did what he do best. Dijutsus grant the user perfect vision regardless of use or age. Combining this with the genetic blindness gave origin to the Byakugan. A less powerful Dijutsu than the Sharingan, but far more powerful in vision detail and range. Naruto finished his explanation and everyone simply nodded. So that means that the Hyugas were related to the Uchihas in some way, Minato said, and Naruto nodded. That stick up their asses had to come from somewhere, Tobirama said, making everyone chuckle. It's one big coincidence for one Uchiha to fall in love for this particular woman, Jiraiya said in afterthought, and Naruto nodded. All bloodlines begin somewhere. Either from the mixing of several genes or simply by one mutating into something viable. Survival of the fittest, Naruto replied, and everyone resumed their breakfast. By the way, Kushina said, getting the attention. Have you two picked a date? Kushina asked Giddy. She couldn't wait for grandchildren to smooth her with affection. She just knew that a kid from Naruto and Hinata would utterly adorable. Naruto-kun just proposed last night, and we didn't talk about it that much. But I do not wish for some big wedding ceremony. I just want our closest friends with Tsunade-sensei preceding the ceremony, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded as well. They didn't wish for some big celebration of their engagement. A simple reunion with their closest friends was far more appealing and the point of it all. Otoge Cure. Deep within the Sound Village, everything was quiet. It was such silence that one may consider it creepy and unsettling. The streets were completely empty, and not even birds were heard. Isn't it strange for a village being named Sound Village when there was no such thing presently? No. A scream echoed through the empty halls of the main building in the village. Crows burst from the trees from the sudden sound spike. Entering the Otokage Tower and proceeding down into the basements, one seemed to pick up some sniffling sounds. Walking down the halls and approaching the origin of the sound, we come into a pitch-black room. The walls were of brown stone. Torches along the walls provided some much necessary light. The whole base seemed to give off some dark and evil aura. The whole ambience seemed taken from some horror movie. As we approached the room, a small trail of blood was seen leaking from the room. It flowed through the floor and into the middle of the hall, and it showed no signs of stopping. The blood started pooling in the middle of the hall, and from the quantity of it, someone was dead. Peering inside, we find two figures on the room. One simply laid on the ground with her eyes a hollow white, and her skin a ghostly white, like it had been drained of all of their blood. Above this figure stood another one kneeling next to the downed one. This figure had a white long-sleeved shirt which was open at the torso. He wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow. He was Uchiha Sasuke, a genetic clone that Orochimaru had engineered from the original one. Sasuke was kneeling next to this person as he weakly gripped a sword that was pushed right through the figure's chest, directly through her heart. Blood continued leaking from the wound as it flowed to the hall. "Why, Koto-chan?" Sasuke cried as he looked to the dead eyes of his friend. He couldn't understand why she would attack him out of nowhere. She had long black hair, which is in a Heim-style cut, and black, pupilless eyes. Attire-wise, she wore a pale green form-fitting vest, with an opening in the center which shows off her cleavage and her stomach, and a camouflage-patterned scarf and skirt. "I all loved you," Sasuke said, looking away from her when realization hit him. He had just killed the only person he cared for in this village, the only person he loved. He couldn't fathom as to why she attacked him. They were good friends ever since they met a few weeks ago, and Sasuke knew he liked her more than simple friend. "Why?" Sasuke wailed in grief as his Sharingan unwillingly flared to life. It was almost a cruel punishment that his Sharingan should flare. Punishment, as the Sharingan would forever remember the scene that lay just before him. The scene was Sasuke driving a sword through his lover's heart and blood pouring everywhere. Sasuke swiped his cheek with his hands to try clear the tears. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had 3 tomos. A chunk of chakra was funneled towards his eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning and glowing. In the pitch-black room, his Sharingan was the thing that definitely stood out. Blood-red eyes with pitch markings spinning and glowing. His eyes began to slow down and the 3 tomos were completely gone. A whole new pattern was revealed to the world. His eyes were black in the background with 3 blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Manjikyu Sharingan. "What's this?" Sasuke wondered out loud, looking down. Yet again he could see his own reflection in the blood pooling on the ground. It seemed yet another cruel joke that he had to endure. "That is the Manjikyu Sharingan. The next stage of the Sharingan, young Sasuke," Orochimaru said as he stepped into the room and looked at the gruesome display. He couldn't but smirk that his plan worked so flawlessly. He knew that the girl had a crush on young Sasuke and he simply had to play things right for it to work. "Why?" Sasuke asked and Orochimaru got confused. "Why did she attack me?" Sasuke sadly asked and Orochimaru frowned. It was good that he attained the Manjikyu, but he never expected Sasuke to bond with the girl to the extent of actually loving her. "She must have had her reasons," Orochimaru simply replied, walking towards Sasuke and kneeling beside him. "Come with me, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said, rising back up and walking towards the door when he noticed that Sasuke hadn't moved yet. Sasuke was still staring at the girl's corpse. "What will happen to her?" Sasuke asked. "She will have a proper burial later on," Orochimaru replied and watched as Sasuke rose and began walking towards him. "I will help you forget the pain you are feeling," Orochimaru said, and Sasuke only nodded. "Kabuto," Orochimaru said, and Kabuto stepped out from the shadows. "Clean the room." "I will proceed with the ritual," Orochimaru informed him, and Kabuto nodded. Orochimaru and Sasuke walked into another pitch-black room with strong wooden doors. The door cringed as it opened to reveal a seemingly empty room. "Come, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru opening the door and motioning Sasuke to enter, which he did without hesitation. "Do you wish to forget the pain?" Orochimaru asked with his eyes glinting. The goal he fought so hard to achieve was but a few minutes from his grasp. "Yes," Sasuke simply replied, and Orochimaru nodded. "Then do not fear or fight what is to come," Orochimaru said and opened his mouth to unhuman proportions. From Orochimaru's body came a gigantic white snake composed of smaller white snakes. This was Orochimaru's true form. "Orochimaru-sama?" Sasuke asked, slightly shaken from seeing this big snake slither out of Orochimaru's supposed body. "Do not fear me, child," Orochimaru said as he coiled himself around Sasuke's body, locking eyes with the young Uchiha. "Furo Fushur no Jutsu, eternal youth and immortality technique," Orochimaru said, and the world started changing. Sasuke and Orochimaru were no longer in the dark room, but they were in what seemed to be a vast place. The sky was dark purple, and looking down, the ground was nothing but a wall of pink muscles that seemed to spasm at random intervals. "What's this?" Sasuke asked fearfully. "With this I will accomplish my goal," Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly as the muscles began to crawl up Sasuke's body. Sasuke tried struggling, but he was overcome in just seconds. The muscles covered him completely, and Orochimaru smirked. After so many struggles and years of waiting, he had finally reached his goal. He had finally attained the Sharingan. Who are you now? Kabuto asked as he came into the room and noticed that Sasuke was standing frozen. On the ground was a gigantic white snake, and by the looks of it, it was obviously dead. Sasuke's Sharingan flared into existence and began spinning until it became the Manjikyu. Kaku, who do you think? With Uchiha now. Uchiha now had just returned from her appointed mission in Konoha. Her objective was to destroy the academy and kill every single student and teacher inside. All of that was to prove to Naruto that Tobi, or as she knew him, Uchiha Fugaku, that he was no prey. Now looked down at the crater that hid the Uchiha clan's hideout. She jumped down, arriving near the skeleton what once was a very large animal if the bones were anything to go by. Where is he? Now asked towards the plant-like creature that rose from the ground as she entered the hideout. In the main hall, the white Zetsu replied. Although he isn't pleased with you, the black Zetsu added. HN now replied as she ignored Zetsu and continued walking forward. I'll deal with him, now said and went towards Tobi's room. Now passed through several Uchihas a long way and simply gave them a brief nod of acknowledgement. She arrived at Tobi's room and knocked on the door. Now was about to reach for the handle when Tobi phased right through the door and her, making her jump back in surprise. Without even giving her a warning, Tobi placed a hand on her shoulder and warped her away with him as well. They both arrived at another destination. Tobi was the first to arrive and simply dropped now to the ground. What's the meaning of this? Now asked, gritting her teeth to her leader. Now looked around to pinpoint her location and noticed that she was near the border of the Land of Fire. More specifically, she was standing on the Valley of the End. Tobi jumped away and landed on the statue of Uchiha Madara. Now rose from the ground and noticed that she was standing on the statue of Senju Hashirama. She looked towards Tobi and noticed that he began to remove his mask and simply dropped it to the ground to reveal the face of Uchiha Fugaku. The Senju DNA in him did a good job as he looked like he aged nothing in 17 years. I'm disappointed with you, Neo-chan, Fugaku replied as he sat down as watched as now slightly tense before relaxing once again. You were never one to fail missions to begin with, but I never expected for you to fail them on purpose, Fugaku said, sighing and looking up. Care to explain why you decided to forget the mission? Fugaku asked as he locked eyes with her. I may be under your command, but I am not your tool to do as you please, now snarled at Fugaku. You asked me to kill some innocent kids, which I would never do. I have my standards, now explained. I see, Fugaku said, getting up. I should have expected this from you. Your lineage was one of softness after all. Your sister did the same thing when I asked something similar, Fugaku explained, chuckling, and watched as Nao got confused. You didn't know, did you? Fugaku mockingly asked. Your sister was just like you. You, your sister, Mikoto, and even that cousin of yours, Obito. You were all too soft and kind-hearted for the Uchiha clan. I thought that making an example of your sister would solve that in you, but I was mistaken, Fugaku simply explained and watched as Nao tensed. What do you mean by making an example of my older sister? Nao asked, narrowing her eyes at Fugaku. Exactly like that. She was a soft-hearted like many before her, and she was influencing you, the strongest of the clan next to me. You looked up at her like anyone would do to their own older sister, and I couldn't have that, so I took steps. A simple poison in her food to make it look like she died of her eyes not accepting her body, Fugaku explained, smiling darkly. What? Nao asked in shock. You killed my sister just because she was kind, Nao mumbled to herself. Why? Nao asked, although Fugaku had just given her the answer. I want soldiers. I don't need anything else but soldiers, Fugaku simply replied. Your sister became a liability the moment she started refusing the missions I gave her because she couldn't do them, but I had hope for you, Neo-chan. You who are so fond of my son Itachi. I hoped that you would outgrow that kindness that seemed to be instilled in your family and became what you were supposed to be, an Uchiha clan shinobi, Fugaku said, and watched as lone tear ran down her face. You killed my sister, Nao simply said, looking at the ground. You killed the only thing I had left of my family, Nao sadly said, and suddenly looked up with her Manjikyu blazing. I was a fool to be following you in the first place. I should have stayed by Konoha's side. The Uchiha clan was the strongest in Konoha, We were respected both for our power and loyalty, that is until you came around. Now began. You are nothing but a greedy man that led our great clan into nothingness, and eventually you will kill us all. Itachi-kun was right when he chose to stay by Konoha's side, Now said as her chakra flared and she took her sword from her waist. You are nothing more than darkness, and I will be the light that shall defeat you. Now yelled as she pointed her sword towards Fugaku, who simply chuckled. Enter Naruto Shippuden, my name. Foolish girl, Fugaku said and watched as Now jumped from the statue, coming towards him. Now arrived near Fugaku and made a downward slice, only to phase right through him and hit the ground. Now quickly repositioned herself, dodging a punch from Fugaku and slashed across Fugaku's chest. Fugaku chuckled as he watched the blade phase through him. Once the blade left his chest, he simply caught the handle and outmaneuvering Now, he placed her on a choke hold. Such naive girl, Fugaku whispered into her ear as she struggled to get free. There is no darkness without light, Fugaku replied as he let go of Now, who stumbled forward to regain her breath. Now looked back and quickly brought her arms to block a powerful kick from Fugaku. Now was sent flying and collided with Hashirama's statue. A few rocks were set free from the impact and splashed into the water. Now coughed but quickly regained her breathing. She looked up to see Fugaku in the same place. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Now said as she sent a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards her enemy. Kamui, Fugaku said, chuckling as he absorbed the whole fire jutsu into his personal dimension. Katan Bakufu Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance, Fugaku said as he needed chakra inside his body and converted into fire. Using the fire jutsu he absorbed from Now, he expelled a continuous stream of flames, which spiraled outwards, creating a massive fire vortex. Now's eyes widened at the magnitude of the jutsu. Fugaku had used his own jutsu and further increased its power by using her jutsu. Now's eyes glowed and purple ribcage formed around her. The fire jutsu clashed with her Susanoo's shield but didn't even scorch it. Susanoo wasn't her ultimate defense for nothing. Yasaka no Magatama, Yasaka beads, Now said as her Susanoo glowed and slightly increased in size. A couple arms sprouted from the ribcage and, as they spread apart, pieces of chakra floated in the air between them. Several dark purple beads were shot towards Fugaku at high speeds. When will she learn? Fugaku thought to himself in amusement as the gigantic beads collided with the statue, ripping out chunks of stone. Fugaku had simply used his Kamui to escape the attacks and jumped down into the water. Fugaku looked straight forward and narrowed his eyes when he noticed Now, who had her hands on the water. Suiton water style, Now said as the lake started shaking and making Fugaku's eyes widen in disbelief. Sensudoraiki, 1,000 strikes, Now shouted as the lake all around her started giving off steam. Right before Fugaku's eyes, hundreds upon hundreds of water tentacles started forming out of the water. Now, who still held her hands on the lake, smirked as the tentacles blurred towards Fugaku, who began evasive maneuvers. Fugaku's was running for dear life. There were so many tentacles that they were even blocking his view of the statues. There were so many that they almost blot out the sun, leaving Fugaku to fight in the shadows. Fugaku ducked under a tentacle and used his Kamui to avoid another one. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Fugaku said and unleashed a torrent of fire against the water tentacles. He watched with great satisfaction as most of the water whips were vaporized. He quickly lost his smile when he noticed the whips simply reformed themselves from the water. I can't use my Kamui indefinitely, and there are too many whips for me to track, Fugaku thought as he tried to think of a way to end this jutsu. Otherwise he would be forced to evaporate the whole lake, which would be impossible. He was shot from his thoughts when a water whip got past his defenses and hit him on the shoulder, making him stumble. Enough, Fugaku said, blurring through hand seals. Katan, Genkyu Great Blaze Ball. Fugaku exhaled a gigantic sphere of scorching flames that vaporized and destroyed everything in its path. Everything around Fugaku was decimated and only steam remained. Fugaku looked in annoyance as every single water tentacle slowly reformed, but he caught a glimpse of Now, who was still in the same position as she was when she began the jutsu. Fugaku quickly realized this jutsu's weakness. In order for it to work properly, the jutsu caster would need a large body of water nearby, but more importantly, This jutsu requires the caster to be stationary and feed chakra continuously so that any destroyed tentacle may be reformed. Fugaku smirked and quickly dashed towards Nao at high speeds. Several water tentacles tried to block his path but simply phased right through them until he was upon Nao. Fugaku arrived near Nao and immediately went for a straight punch only for Nao to tilt her head to the side and jump away to safety. Fugaku watched as the water tentacles dispelled back into the river. That was one particularly annoying jutsu. To think you had water affinity as well, just like Itachi. It looks like you were made for each other, Fugaku said in a mocking voice. While he was mocking his opponent, even he had to admire the potency and beauty of the jutsu. You think too high of Itachi-kun. I kicked his ass several times during our shinobi career, Nao said, smirking as she had finally understood the timing on Fugaku's kamui. She knew very well that his Manjikyu jutsu was simply stronger than her own, but like everything else, his kamui had a weakness. And she found it when Fugaku chose to fight the water tentacles instead of simply standing by. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Nao said as she released several fire balls towards Fugaku, who simply shook his head in defeat. Fugaku used his kamui and simply absorbed the jutsu into his dimension. Fugaku realized that the jutsu was taking longer to absorb than usual. She hid shuriken among the fire balls to delay my absorption, clever girl. Fugaku thought to himself as he noticed Nao reappear next to him in a blur of speed. Fugaku simply stopped absorbing the jutsu and allowed a few fireballs to hit him. Simple fireballs did nothing against him. Nao swinged her sword horizontally and watched in shock as Tobi easily caught her blade between two fingers. Fugaku used her shock and punched her on the gut, making her gasp. I expected more from you, Fugaku said as he picked Nao up from her neck and simply watched her struggle for air. Nao's eyes started glowing as she made her best efforts to look into Fugaku. Petrifying gaze, Nao said, catching Fugaku in her Manjikyu's strongest genjutsu. Fugaku was momentarily caught in the genjutsu, which allowed Nao to get free from his grasp. Nao jumped back as she nursed her neck and began taking deep breaths. Using the Manjikyu always took huge chunks of her chakra. Not bad, Fugaku said, chuckling as he easily broke the genjutsu. When will you realize that you can't win? Fugaku asked, looking straight at her. You should know better than to underestimate me, Nao snarled at her former leader. Nao took a single kunai and hurled it at the top of her speed towards Fugaku, who simply shook his head. He had expected more from her. Fugaku stoically waited for the kunai to reach and simply allowed it to phase right through his left eye. I win, Nao said, laughing weakly, and Fugaku raised an eyebrow in confusion. Fugaku suddenly yelled to the heavens and dropped to his knees. He quickly brought his hand to his face to try and stem the blood that was leaking from his left eye. Fugaku stared at the lake and into his own reflection only to see a deep gash on his left eye. He couldn't even identify that it was an eye to begin with. Amaterasu, Nao said, taking advantage of Fugaku's shock as she enveloped him in a cloak of pitch-black flames. She watched with great competence as Fugaku rolled on the water in pain until he began to sink. I told you not to underestimate me, Nao said, smiling and taking deep breaths. She had won the battle with a simple henge and a shadow clone. Squelch. Nao gasped as her chest was suddenly pierced a kunai from behind. She looked down to see the tip of the kunai protruding right from her chest, just above her heart. She coughed a large amount of blood and shakily looked backwards. Fugaku was standing there with a pissed-off expression. His clothes and chunks of his skin were completely burned, but above all, his left eye was completely destroyed. Nao pushed forward, crying in pain as the blade left her chest. She stumbled forward and fell to her knees as blood started pooling on the water. I never expected for you to make a shadow clone and transform it into a shuriken that you used as a Trojan horse to get into my personal dimension, Fugaku said, gritting his teeth. I should have not underestimated you. You were my second in command after me after all, Fugaku explained and watched as Nao took deep and ragged breaths. It was foolish of you to challenge me, Nao-chan, Fugaku said. He would make her pay. She had wounded him, but above all else, she had destroyed one of the things he held more precious. She had blinded him on his left eye. Fugaku raised an eyebrow when he felt the genjutsu wash over the area. He looked in confusion towards Nao and watched as she disappeared into thin air as if she never existed in the first place. Fugaku smirked and looked to his right just in time to see Nao materialize herself. The wound on her chest was completely gone but was replaced with a hollow white right eye. "So you sacrificed your right eye to survive yet again," Fugaku said, chuckling. "You lost your ability to use your Genjutsu and your Susanoo. You are pathetically weak now, but if you want a battle, I shall give you 1 inch," Fugaku said as his chakra spiked and the ground started shaking. The huge lake they were standing on started vibrating as waves were created. "Mokutan, wood style!" Fugaku yelled as he clasped his hands together in the snake seal. "Jukai Koten, deep forest creation!" Fugaku added as thousands upon thousands of trees suddenly burst from the water. Nao's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude of the jutsu. The trees rose from the water and high into the sky. They pierced the mountains, dislocating huge chunks of it. They wrapped themselves around the 2 statues, tearing them apart. Nao watched as the trees quickly approached her position, and she knew she had to do something quickly. Nao held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. She placed her left hand on the hilt. "Katon Heineken Katon, flaming sword!" Nao said. She ran her hand over the blade and watched as her sword suddenly ignited into whitish flames. She avoided looking directly at the blade due to the light being emitted. Nao disappeared in a burst of speed. "Katon Kasai Surashu, fire slash!" Nao said as she flicked her blade forward. An arc of fire was released from her blade, cutting right through the incoming trees. Nao smirked as she landed on the tree and started running upwards it, heading right towards to Fugaku. Nao ducked and sliced her way towards the forest that had just grown. While the trees might be numerous and strong, they were no match against her heated blade that sliced them down like a hot knife through butter. "Mokutan, Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting sprigs," Fugaku said as several sharp wooden spikes grew from the trees. Fugaku picked up a couple and, with strength and precision, he hurled them all towards the incoming enemy. Nao flexed her fiery blade once again. "Katon Shiro Senkai, whirling death," Nao said as she pointed her blade forward, towards the incoming projectiles. The blade's flames quickly grew in size. Nao flexed her blade and released a vortex of fire that vaporized the wooden spikes. Nao arrived near Fugaku and did a lightning-fast horizontal swipe just above his head. Fugaku ducked under her swing and watched as the blade left a trail of fire behind it. Fugaku jumped backwards and extended his right arm forward. "Mokutan, Deijirin no Jutsu, Great Forest," Fugaku said as his right arm suddenly transformed into wood. From his arms came out dozens of wooden tentacles that quickly wrapped themselves around Nao. Nao struggled to get free until she poofed in smoke to reveal a single wooden log in her place. There was no shortage of wooden logs around, not since Fugaku was willingly creating them. "You are a coward, Fugaku. Fight me like an Uchiha instead of using power that belonged to Senju. Where is your pride?" Nao snarled at Fugaku as she blurred through hand seals. "Katon Hyo Arakuru, raging fire," Nao said as she unleashed torrents upon torrents of fire that spread through the whole forest. All around her the fire was consuming the trees that Fugaku had created. The water in the lake did nothing to ease the raging inferno that Nao had set. Chunks of wood snapped from the trees and hit the lake with large splash sounds. Fugaku jumped away from the falling trees and landed on the nearby branches. He swiped his arm on his forehead to wipe the sweat away from the massive heat that Nao's inferno was creating. All around him steam was being released as the water evaporated. Fugaku looked around for Nao when he heard a whistling sound. He turned around just in time to avoid multiple blazing shurikens that came from his blind spot. As Fugaku was jumping backwards, Nao materialized right next to him. Fugaku allowed Nao's punch to phase right through him and hit the tree where he was standing. Fugaku moved to block another punch, but quickly changing his mind and jumped back when he noticed that Nao's hands had an orange glow in them. Fugaku looked back towards the tree Nao hit and noticed the black spot from her punch. "This is my Kasai no Ken, Fire Fist," Nao said as her other arm and leg started getting an orange glow as several flames appeared around them. It looked like Nao had her arms and legs on fire, although she didn't seem to be in pain. "I will show you why I was considered the best in the clan in fire ninjutsu," Nao said as she dashed towards Fugaku, who braced himself. "Such a waste of potential," Fugaku thought to himself, frowning. The girl held such power and potential even without the Sharingan, and yet he had to kill her for her incompetence and disrespect. He wasn't feeling any guilt or regret, just pity. Hit him a fireball, Now said, punching straight forward and unleashing a ball of fire directly towards Fugaku, who tilted his head to the side to avoid the flames. Now jumped in the air and spinned around. Kasai no Nami, fire wave, Now said as she released a wave of fire towards Fugaku, who simply allowed it to phase right through him. Now dashed forward and engaged Fugaku in clash of fists and kicks. Fugaku used his Kamui as much as he could to outmaneuver now. Every single strike that Fugaku blocked or parried, he would regret it, as he would get a piece of scorched skin as payment. Now slammed her foot on the ground and flexed her arms forward. Without even a single hand seal, fire sprouted from her palms heading straight towards Fugaku. Mokutan, Mokujihiki, wooden wall, Fugaku said, slamming both hands on the ground. Several wooden pillars branched out from the trees and surrounded Fugaku, forming a dome around him. The fire wave clashed with the wooden walls. Fugaku activated his Kamui and sank into the ground. Now stopped her attack once she noticed that behind the wooden dome was no one. She looked around and focused on her senses. Fugaku immediately appeared behind her and proceeded to kick in the back. Now flew back and collided with one of trees that quickly wrapped itself around her, restraining her movements. Katan Kasai no Tate, fire shield, Now said as all of her skin started glowing orange. Now started sweating as her hole erupted in flames, scorching the wood all around her and turning it nothing more than ashes. Now freed herself from the trees and fell to the ground, taking deep breaths. Her chakra stores were nearing empty, and she wouldn't last much longer. Unbelievable, Fugaku said, looking at Now with shock. To think you would be this talented. How did you even lose against the Hyuga girl back in Kiri? Fugaku asked, curious. The amount of control she held of the fire was astonishing. That battle opened my eyes. I relied on my Sharingan too much back then, and my defeat only proved that. I thought myself to be undefeatable, and I got a rude wake-up call, but I get the feeling that even with this I wouldn't be able to defeat her should we ever meet again. Now said, smirking as she looked towards her flaming arms. My last jutsu, Now thought to herself sadly. She was running on fumes. Amaterasu, Now said, looking towards his arms as they erupted in black flames. Her Sharingan deactivated from lack of chakra. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Now ignite her own arms in the black flames of Amaterasu. She's using the fire on her arms as the target for the Amaterasu flames. As long as she holds her jutsu, the black flames won't burn her. Fugaku thought to himself. Now was really putting everything she could into the fight. Come, Now said as she waited for Fugaku to make his move. She knew that Fugaku would try and avoid engaging in taijutsu as off no. Fugaku might many things, but fool wasn't in his description. If you won't, then I will, Now said as she rushed Fugaku head on, intending to go out with a bang. Now tried a punch to Fugaku's jaw only for it to phase through him. Fugaku watched as her Amaterasu empowered arm phased right through him. Once Now's arm had left him, Fugaku brought his knee to her stomach. Now buckled forward and gasped in pain. Now bit back the pain and engaged Fugaku once again in taijutsu. Blow after blow was getting past Now's defenses and hitting her. Fugaku tilted his body back and slammed his foot as hard as he could into Now's chest and watched as she tumbled through the trees. Fugaku smirked as the battle was over. He calmly walked towards Now as she knelt and took deep breaths. Her hair covered most of her face, sweat was pouring freely from her forehead, and her clothes were completely burned from her fire jutsus. Fugaku looked towards her arms and watched as the Amaterasu flames faded away. Now watched as Fugaku bent down and picked up her sword. There was nothing she could do about it. She had ran out of chakra, she was tired. All she wanted right now was to die and simply be reunited with her sister and family in the other side. Now didn't even wince as Fugaku slowly drove her sword through her chest and heart. Fugaku rose up and brought Now with him as she stood pierced in the sword like some piece of meat in a wooden stick. Fugaku was completely affronted with her. Even in defeat and death, Now was smiling. I hope you keep that smile of yours when you met the rest of your family, Fugaku said, and simply flexed the blade, letting Now's body fall to the water. Fugaku didn't waste more time and simply swirled away. He had a Sharingan to replace. Now was slowly drifting away in the water. She was floating and looking at the beautiful blue sky. She was barely alive at this point, but she couldn't help but get a strange feeling that suddenly overcame her. She wanted nothing more than to be reunited with her family, but somehow, she felt that it wasn't her time go yet. Izanagi now thought to herself, using the remains of her chakra and the last of her eye. The wound on her chest healed and her eyes closed from chakra exhaustion. She slowly drifted away, carried away by the current. She didn't know if she would even survive, but she felt she had to try.